You decide what position you're pointing at. Have your pointing and you across to each other, not up and down. Across from each other. Thank you.
Yeah, like literally like 30 seconds ago we made it go live. Yeah, it's live on YouTube right now. Let me check Facebook.
Hi. You don't want this. You want the light. It's low.
Figuring stuff out right now. So.
You're good. I mean, we should have. This is, yeah. I need to go to Target really fast. I need you to own this really quick.
Yep.
Sorry, man. Only audio that you should be hearing is here, and then having this kind of lightly in the background, or this one.
Like that.
That's the Scarlet thing.
Oh, what? I mean, we can take this thing for the time being.
Sure. Just please try to do all this. I'll be right back.
$1,000 Memorial Day Open here at Station 300. We are getting this live stream going here. Looking through the growing pains, but it's going to be all set to go by the time we get to the final. Probably right into this first match, but we're working through a couple things. So you got me in the broadcast booth. Theo will be back soon. Like I said, we are working through this live stream. Thank you guys for jumping in here today. We just started the first match of the round of 64. Getting our second camera set up here so that we have multiple views. Go back to the action here. We do have the high pair here with Justin Knowles, Aaron Phillips matchup. Other big names down on this side, as well as we have the low pair. We're seeing pretty good play, so we'll be jumping back and forth between the high pair and the low pair. For now, we'll leave it on the Justin Knowles match down here. Keep you guys updated throughout the day. Again, we are in the round of 64 right now, so this is the first match of many today. It is a 2-game match play. Loser goes home. So, very exciting day today. Happy to have you guys here. Hope you guys enjoy watching the live stream. Total pitch ball, best of 2.
Explains everything. Actually, we can do this. It's virtual. It'll capture what this is. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah.
Hello, hello. I don't want any of this noise. I want this noise is just very obnoxious, whatever you're capturing, like for the thing. So I'm trying to like not have that playing. Yeah.
Back audio.
Lower. Let's see. So we should be able to. So this virtual thing here, I should be able to hear like this. If this is capturing hello, hello, why am I not able to hear this?
This is coming from the stream.
It is? Yep. Ah, we are streaming. It's live. Okay. So if you want to get a little bit of the bowling alley noise, I mean, we can have one of these cameras going, like we can capture some of that if you want. Hey! I'll give you more of a talk here in a second. I really have to get all this stuff. So, sorry, man. All right, testing, testing.
The mics work. We just don't have any background audio.
For some reason, I can't hear. Like I can't hear in post. I don't. All I'm hearing is just noise. So you're saying on the stream though, you can hear me talk. I can't. Testing, testing. There we go. Testing, testing. Hello, hello. We're just figuring out some audio stuff right now, guys. So I apologize. Just give us 1 second, please. What I don't understand is how am I not able to hear what I'm saying?
Go to
Oh, hold on. Direct monitor. Hello, hello. Direct monitor. No, it's not working either. So go ahead. What are you saying?
go to computer settings. Maybe it's because this monitor has a speaker. Sometimes it sets the default to that monitor. We got this iPhone right now.
Well,
the
you have to
audio-
remember too. That was set manual focus. You need to focus it, bro. Going down there, you have to adjust it out.
We're trimming that one for
Yeah,
now.
I know.
Let's get the audio figured out, and then we'll fix that camera.
I don't understand why people can hear us talking, but I can't.
Because bowling alley noise is going to come from cameras down there. So, and that is coming through Discord.
You know, we might have to do to actually hear us talking. We may have to do this. God. Wait. There we go. Testing. Oh, wrong one. Testing. There we go. Now we can hear. Now we can monitor. Hey, look at that. Jeez, man. All right. Take a listen now. I think we're good. Oof. So, sorry guys, we had some technical difficulties to start. I'm gonna go fix some of the blurriness on the other camera. Connor Pillmore is gonna take over for a couple seconds here. All right, I need you to go.
That audio's
Yep, just chill. Maybe have the camera on, say hi, like talk in the booth, like so it's not awkward now, because it's kind of. Yeah, feel free to minimize this. So Logic is just here as a.
Is headset working?
Yep. Yeah, it is. But I really think that we need to figure out how to. Yeah.
It's just weird noise. I got it. You heard yourself pretty well on here?
You're gonna want to, trust me. I gotta go fix the blur.
Okay. So we are getting everything underway here. We have some great matches. We're in the first game of a 2-game match play here at the MDO. We got the high side lanes streaming currently with Justin Knowles. I need to get a bracket over here so I can announce a little bit better, but Chelsea Klingler versus Dave Wadka is over there on the end pair. Harold Klukowski made it in the Desperado squad with a great, I can't remember if he shot 240 or 250. Well, I know. That's you. That's your job. All right. So while Theo is over there switching out the camera lens, just a quick update. We are here at Station 300 First on the Memorial Day Open is hosted here at Station 300, previously at Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan. We have some of the best bowlers in the Midwest here. We got people coming from Wisconsin, Indiana, Illinois, Florida. We had a couple people from Florida here. And, of course, all the best bowlers in Michigan. Cam Crow was here. He was high qualifier for quite some time. Justin Knowles, Dave Wadka's here. A lot of the other great bowlers from the area. Landon Jordan just signed a big deal. He's here. So, get some exciting match play coming up. We're going to get back to the stream here. We are going to have another broadcast of the low pair as well. Right now, I've just got the high end up here for the matches, and we'll get some more color commentary as we progress through the day here, and then we'll have the multiple cameras going. Like I said, for now we're on the high end. Some good matches. I'm gonna go grab a bracket so I can let you guys know who all we're watching and keep you guys updated best we can. Small version of that so I can
Not printed out. You have to fill it in. Because that one there, it's flip flop tool. Close 5312. Yeah.
I like the 64. I like the other two.
At least now you can look at the lane numbers and then correspond to seeds.
Okay, that's all I need. I just want to see who's
Yeah.
bowling. So what are you saying? There's one of these that's not matched up?
Well, it's this is right. It's just a bracket. What they did is like see this one right here. They went 12,
Okay.
53.
But the seating's correct. So
The seating's
5
all
is split.
good.
Okay,
Yep,
so
it's all
that's
good.
good. That's good.
Yep, that didn't change.
Okay, so we do now have the seating list and the bracket, so we can give you guys a little better understanding of what's going on out there. So Justin Knowles, let's take a look at him. Justin Knowles qualified 14th with an 876 score. And let's see who he's bowling. Justin Knowles is bowling the 51st place, which was Aaron Phillips. So Justin Knowles versus Aaron Phillips. Aaron shot 837 qualifying. Both of these guys are big local Michigan guys, so kind of sad to see him go head-to-head in this first match here. Justin goes 1-3, I believe in the 9th frame there. He's also got on the right there, you just saw Harold throw a strike. Harold Kukuski qualified 62nd in the final countdown. One game roll off to make it in. He shot a big 240 game, I believe. 255 he shot in the final countdown to make the cut here. He is bowling AJ Wolstenholme, who was the 3 seed with a 949. Also AJ coming up to bowl here right now. AJ's bowling right now. Ooh, a 10 pin for AJ. We did the Calcutta last night at 10 o'clock, and highest bid to start got their choice of pick. And first pick ended up going for $550, and they took AJ. So $550 going on the line for AJ to win the whole tournament. And he's currently matched up against Harold Kukuski, who just barely made it in on the final countdown squad. So we'll see if AJ can make a run at it and make that $550 worth it for that bidder. Some other matches we can see on the screen here. Over on the left, not up to bowl right now, but we had Chelsea Klingler versus Dave Wadka, which is a heck of a matchup for the first round. Dave Wadka shot a 847, one of 6 to bowl an 847. Lined up against Chelsea, who shot 858 for 27th place. Chelsea Klingler, also the high women qualifier. Next closest women qualifier, I believe it was 827.
To show the other one.
That's not bad.
So we switched down here to the
See the scores, but it would be anyways.
So we just switched down to the low side where we got some other great matches going on. Chad Reefer, who qualified in one set, he came on the very first squad, made the cut, went 9-17, no winner spots, just came in, paid one dues, shot 9-17, and then relaxed for the weekend. Chad, let's see who Chad's bowling right now. Chad is bowling the 56th place bowler, which is John Davis, who shot an 830 to make it in. One of 3 that shot 830 to make it in. So John Davis and Chad Reefer. Chad Reefer here in the light and dark blue Rex jersey there, standing, working on his equipment on the table in the middle. Next to them, you have Ryan Oyama versus David Northouse on that same pair. Winner of that will be the winner of Chad and John. So potentially a Rex matchup there with Chad going against David if they both win their first match. And this is 2 games match play. Winner moves on, loser's done. There is no loser's bracket. It's a 2-game match. Winner moves on. 64-man bracket. It's going to be going all day. We're going to have the live stream going. We've got the coverage on the low end and the high end. Right now we're down on the low end. This is where let me see. Is the low end the high seed? Low end has the 1 seed on it, correct? I believe so, yes. That's not doing anything for me. I think
for this like kind of sad how webcams are doing better than some actual cameras.
keep it simple, stupid. You know.
I know, it was crazy. I mean, it's like
Down here, we on lane 7 right now. We have Jeremy bowling. Let's see what Jeremy qualified at. We'll find him on the list here. Do you know what Jeremy qualified at? He had to be up there. He had a pretty good set. I remember watching him. Jeremy right there. Saccone. He shot at 859. He is the 25 seed. See who he's taking on. Taking on the 40 seed, Isaac Gorgon. So Isaac versus Jeremy is the match you're watching down on lanes 7 and 8. Looks like we also have Landon Jordan versus Alex Langford on 7 and 8. So Landon Jordan's coming up right now to try and clean up that 10 pin on lane 7. Again, he's bowling Alex Langford, who I believe is up on the right currently. David Norhouse coming up on lane 9. I don't know. Chicken tenders, they have that? Tenders is good. Barbecue? Just tell Jeremy, he might pick it up for us. Jeremy might pick it up for us. So we'll try and go get some score updates soon. We might need some score runners. But again, a lot of good matches in this first round of 64. We got 2 matches a pair, leaving the championship pairs unattended.
it's up to you. We're good. Or see how it's like flashing in and out. Or is that might be the monitor actually?
I think it's just a monitor. I don't think that's a real stream.
Oh, it's the Predator monitor. Actually, never mind. Yeah, never mind.
'Cause this is just so we can see the counts.
Yep.
Looks like we got a request for the top score, so I'm not sure how well I can show you. I might be able to pull up on the screen what the match play was, but first place top qualifier was a 989, 8th place 918, so a big stretch there. There's only 9 bowlers over 900. Chad Reefer was 9th with a 917. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's all fixed. It's all working-ish. Yeah. Can't bring you anywhere.
Nice strike from Landon Jordan down there on lane 8. Chad Reefer coming up on lane 10.
Yeah, dude. You go back and forth, and it's exactly how we envisioned. It's just a little audio issues in the beginning, but it was fixed later. All right. Yes.
I need to get this on the screen somewhere if possible. We don't.
Brian?
Oh, never mind. I got it.
Oh, I mean, That's the lineup. So is that what they're wanting, or they want the scores?
Both. I mean, just for something to show.
It'd be cool to like if you have a place where it just shows the scores, we can see top scores. Share the screen. They don't.
Obviously, after the round is over, they'll
Well, no, I'm like he was saying, like they wanted to just see like the Excel sheet with the top standings. Is that what you're saying?
So I can display what's on this monitor. So if we want to like show the bracket progressing, I can like if we have a photo of it, I can put the photo up on here.
yeah, they'll be updating it after.
You
Yeah.
can also run a banner, by the way. I can show you how to do that.
We could do that,
So
too.
we can. So like, let's say there's updates and scores, right? I can run it. What I will do is probably get rid of this banner temporarily, and we could run X defeats this.
Or we could
person,
do
or
it
this
on-
person defeats this person. So, but it is a lot of work to do that because there's so many bowlers. So it just. You're
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
You're fine.
Can you zoom out on that camera and see if you can get the pom poms? The girl
There's a girl cheerleading with pom-poms down there. You might want to. You could.
What you could do is
Like, can
if
zoom
you
the camera out just enough to catch it?
if at some point we live stream with a phone, I can pull the live stream up here and
Yes.
somebody could be walking around.
I could do that right now. If you want.
Yeah, so if you live stream to your personal, I'll pull your personal up,
Well,
and then we can switch to your personal, and you can walk around and do like interviews. Or we can have somebody else here so you can work on stuff.
It will.
I mean, you want me to work on this vlog
Hey,
thing?
Brian.
Yeah.
If you go live on Facebook, I can pull your live stream up, and you can go
my account,
walk around.
and I give you the gimbal, and you can show the pop. You can walk around. Yeah, here, let me. I got you. How are you gonna get it to do the thing?
He just need you.
Oh, you can just do the thing. You can
Yeah,
capture
so
it.
I'll
Yeah,
just
let me
I'll just take
grab my
this screen.
gimbal. All right.
We need score updates is what we need. Who won the first over scores on the first couple matches? You get like a notepad and
Yep.
like a score runner who's bored and wants to go give me
Make sure it's
scores.
charged. Good.
Go find Tony. He'd love to do that. Just go right down.
What are cheering for? Who's doing the pump?
Yeah. It's down
Or if
there.
it's for-
No, it's on the pair next to it.
This is the first round of matches of the round of 64. So we're in game 2 of round 1. So again, 2-game match play. Winner moves on, loser is out. This is the round of 64 right now. So currently we got 2 matches a pair going on. Once we knock out half the field, round of 32 will be down to 1 match per pair and then shrink it accordingly.
Maybe you could take this and like have this be in like the bottom corner or something, like show the interactive stream in
could
the
do
bottom
that.
corner. That's what I would do. Let people know there's going to be an interactive stream. It'll be public as well, so I'll make sure it's public.
Andrew Baker. We'll take a look and see where Andrew Baker is. He's 31st seed. Andrew Baker, 31st seed. He is bowling on 41 and 42, so he's going to be just out of reach, I believe, of our other camera. We'll switch down to our other stream here and see if we can maybe catch him. Yeah, so 41-42 is going to be, I think, just a little bit out of our reach, so we're not going to be able to see Andrew Baker at this one. If he moves on to the next match, he will be on 39-40, which may be within sight for us down there.
He's live on. Go to my page. It's public, but stream that. Maybe have a little box. Put it in like the corner in the bottom. I can.
Go like live. Why is it not live?
Should be live right now. Could be a little laggy. Lag from time. All right, so I'll let you do that.
The only thing is the audio going to be coming out of this? So we're gonna go to a quick live stream. Brian Eaton's walking around with a camera, and he's gonna show us kind of what's going on.
Let me say hi. Let's both. Can you get us in the thing here? Just I wanted to say hi to everybody.
So what you're seeing right now is Brian Eaton walking around with a camera, giving us a look. We've got some cheerleaders down there. So this is a live walk around look from Brian Eaton. Seeing what it's like. We've got literally cheerleaders down here cheering for some of our people. Got to figure out who she's rooting for. Oh, yeah, this is a fresh look at some people that we haven't seen yet on the stream. Is that Nick Luther? Who we got right there? And then whenever Brian's done walking around, we can just set that camera up facing out there somewhere.
Theo here, owner of Brex, dealing here with Connor. So we're running around, making sure all the camera stuff is good. So we got a couple different streams going today. And huge shout out to everybody for tuning in today's stream for the Memorial Day Open $10,000 tournament here. Oh, looks like we're going down a little bit.
There's our stream one setup. Oh, we got Isaiah Waite watching down here. So this should be our high seed down here bowling that we're watching from Brian right now. Lanes 1 and 2.
Really have to
or 3 and 4.
down whatever camera audio is coming. Something's now that I'm hearing this, there's just there's a lot of background noise.
We should check that out on the live, see if it's actually. We're gonna switch back to our for just a moment here. We're gonna switch back to our regular stream while we check some stuff out. See if all right, nobody's seen. You want to check the audio?
I like what I can do. I can go like this. Really check.
All right, we're gonna live on mine. Just click on it. Yeah, it's right there.
Oh wow. Okay, so it's only us hearing that.
Okay, we're gonna go check back on Brian Eaton's stream. He looks like he's got a pretty good look at Chad Reefer down here. I'm gonna go check mine. It's really good.
Ooh, I think he has Primal Rage Evolution there. I hear you.
I was pretty sure I was hearing you.
Not. See how it's super clear, but I can barely.
Hello. You can't hear me on the stream? There's a delay.
No, I can hear you, but I can't hear myself. You sound good. It's like my microphone is like super low. Huh. There he is. Yeah. So we'll see. Let's hear that. Watch. I'll talk, and you talk. Watch this. So testing, 1, 2, 3. Nothing. Now you do it.
Yeah, I hear you just fine. I mean, you're a little quiet, but it's not that
A
bad.
little quiet. Are you kidding me? You can't even. There's nothing there.
Oh yeah, I am a little better.
Yeah. It could have something to do with the routing. Like it's just not.
I hope you guys like my voice better than Theo's. What pair is Nick Slater on?
Jeez.
We can share.
Okay.
So, okay, we got a few questions on pairings. So Nick Slater, oh boy, I know his name, and I mess it up all the time anyways.
X-Locker.
Nick, let's find Nick. Need to get a couple of these sheets. I need help looking through this. Nick is 54 seed. Is going to put him bowling on. Looking. He's on 27-28, so we don't have any coverage of 27-28 right now. Oh, actually,
Yeah, we do.
I believe Ryan Eaton's got us covered over on 27-28. Let's go take a look at that. So Nick is bowling Bryce Oliver. That's a tough matchup. Lefty Bryce Oliver shot 891 in qualifying.
I almost want him to just. I don't want people to go to the link on my page. I almost want to like have it broadcasted private that way, because people are going to be going to here and not the YouTube. Does that make sense? I mean,
There's only 2 people on that one.
all right. Yeah, you're good.
94 over
I'm,
here.
I'm trying to figure out why these microphones aren't working. That needs to be fixed, bro. So
Yeah.
sorry. Can we add another audio source? Like
Sure,
I do
yeah.
audio input capture. Just do Roadie 2. Perfect.
Is that working?
Let me double check. Yep, there we go.
Are we both sounding good? I saw we had Richie Benninghoff. What's the question on that? He was 849 qualifier, the 33 seed. That's going to take me a second to find. He's bowling down on 3 and 4 versus Jeremy Canali. Ah. I apologize to everybody whose name I butchered today. They're bowling on 3 and 4. 32 versus the 33 seed. They are right smack dab in the middle. Corey Peace.
Have us be like in the top right corner. Booth. Do that. Unless you want to eat first, probably eat first and do that.
That's fine.
All right.
Switch us to view. So we're usually looking at this one, so we can switch that camera or put us in the middle. Both mics are working now?
Yeah.
Awesome.
All technical.
I'm sure there'll be more.
Technical things are fixed.
I'm sure there'll be more, but yeah. We need to get some score runners. We need to go find like Tony or Isaiah and tell them to come give us updates on what the scores are. Isaiah's been on 3 and 4. Can you plug that one in direct? Can you just plug that one straight in to the outlet over there?
Not long enough.
Jason should have an extension cord.
Yeah.
Oh, grab that one right there. It's a little live look into the booth of me snacking on some fries while we watch this. I do apologize. Our commentary will get better as the day goes on. We're very focused on making this stream a high quality for you guys, getting the good audio, so that way it'll be entertaining, especially for the finals match. Again, we're round of 64 currently. It's a 2-game match play. They are coming towards the end of the first match play, so 2 games. We're towards the end of the second game right now. We got matches down here on the far left. You see Chelsea Klingler. She's bowling against Dave Wadka in this first round. Justin Knowles is taking on Aaron Phillips.
If you just mute that, and then this is the audio.
I'm gonna mute that down. Oh, I guess I can do it from here.
You do that right here?
Yeah.
Yes, let me just. How does that sound?
You tell me.
Oh,
We also have Harold Kukowski taking on 3-seed AJ Wolstenholme. Yeah, just sit down.
all right.
Yeah, you weren't live the whole time. I was just kind of switching through you. If you had a good look.
Yeah, if there's any like specific moments we want to capture, we can do that. And I could also do it and then go live privately, I think. That way people don't tune into that and they can, you know what I mean? They'll just, this way we could just transfer right to that and you could be able
Hopefully
to
you guys have action.
say hi, Brian.
Yeah, we got Brian in the booth here.
What up?
There you are.
Where am I? Oh, thank you, Neutral, for the
Neutral.
sponsors.
Neutral sponsor the event, guaranteeing us that $10,000 first prize fund.
Yep. Also, thanks to Brunswick for the ball raffles.
Brunswick giving away a lot of bowling balls this weekend. We appreciate them for donating. Absolutely. So we've been talking. We need to go find like Tony and Isaiah and just tell them to come give us score updates. Give them
Right. Yeah,
A
there was
notepad.
one match down there. I didn't catch the names. The one guy had a 30 or 40 pin lead after game 1. Almost gave it up.
Ooh.
Guy in the 10th had to mark to win. There was a pocket split. Gets count, loses by.
Ooh.
It was tough. That was tough to watch.
Okay. Unmute yours.
Right click it. Server mute down.
Tough to get like the audio just not drowned out. So what's I wanted to have a little bit
Nice
more
shot
audio.
from
What do I
Justin
do?
Knowles.
Just turn up the audio down there. Input.
I'm not
Just have
sure.
a little more.
'Cause I think
I think it's fine. I mean,
it's just ambiance sound, right?
I'm gonna just.
So the sound we're getting from the streams is whatever the mics are.
What's up?
I'd give him
Probably
to
Bart's.
Bart's or Jason at the front
Yeah.
counter. Ask Jason; he'll know for sure at the
Ask
front.
Jason or Jeremy, they'll know what to do.
Bowlers empty finish and turn your score sheets in down by the bracket. The losers can come see me in the counter for payment.
Looking for Ryan Lakota. Let's see where he's at and how he's doing. Ryan. Ryan Lakota, he qualified 44th with an 844.
Or if you know.
He's on 17 and 18, so we definitely don't have coverage on 17 and 18 currently. That is well outside of our reach. He was bowling the 21 seed. Norm Baldwin, who qualified with an 865.
Andre Gonzalez.
Oh, Andre. So, real quick for Ryan Lakota, I believe their match should be wrapped up right now. We'll have an update on who won each match very soon as we finish up. This high end that you're seeing right now is actually some of the slower games. So we should have updates on the new bracket soon. Andre Gonzalez qualified 7th with a 920. Let's see where he ended up in the bracket. He was down on 37-38, so I believe you might be able to catch him on the right side of our stream right now. Maybe not a full view, but he'll be down there a little ways. So he was bowling 58 seed. Kristen Rogers, who qualified with an 829. And then we need like up to date info.
We're gonna get that all day. That's what we're gonna. How's this person doing?
Yep.
So,
It'd be easier to keep track of people as there's less, but at the same time, right now we've got a list of everybody, and then we need to know who's getting cut out, keep track of our bracket.
Amber. Chad do. No?
No.
No way.
I had a dream last night that Chad lost.
So you guys streamed it?
Mm-hmm. It's on Facebook and YouTube.
Bowling stream.
That's right. We're watching.
We came in the other day for a pizza. We didn't know what the hell was going on. All of a sudden, what are people doing out there? I mean, this is
Hey.
bad.
Big tournament, yeah. It's a $10,000 first prize.
Set up. We got.
So this is the
And then we can have our meeting and talking.
yeah.
Just put it up.
Got people from Wisconsin, Florida, Chicago.
Heard that chat.
Yep.
Sucks. With the 2-pin. Oh my god.
I had a dream last night that he lost. I didn't want to believe it. He was bowling a lefty in my dream, though.
Well,
I was hopeful that he was bowling a righty today.
like surface just doesn't look as good today as what it has.
What?
This is her jam. So. She takes TV studio.
Oh, nice.
In high school,
Nice.
and yeah, she was stage manager for the last production. So
Yeah,
yeah, this is her jam.
So we're
She does all
using,
this
you probably know that, so we're using OBS, and we're using StreamYard with multiple streams,
Real
so that's going
experience
to
bowling.
Facebook and
Real experience bowling.
Yep, you can
YouTube.
search it on Facebook or
then we have like this little
YouTube.
booth
So
set up, and then we have the interactive stream that comes in and out.
go to
So if you see
YouTube.
something, we just go live on mine, and
So-
roll it up, bam, done.
Experience bowling.
search.
So we're trying to do the best we can without using like an
Or ball
NDI
review,
or using
bowling.
a 10 dock. I'm not spending $5,000 on something that I don't
Yeah.
need. So, and it's funny because I have my Sony
Right there.
camera down there, and I'm like,
There's the live stream.
that one's a webcam, and I'm like, why is the webcam one better? You know?
Yeah.
So we have the first update of the
Feel like
day.
I can save money next time and just use webcams.
Yeah.
Chad Reefer, the number 9 seed, lost to the 56 seed John Davis in round 1. Theo and I are impartial to Chad because he is a Team Rex member, and we did bet on him to win. I did have a dream last night that he lost. Sad to see that that came true.
I was supposed to be like, just smash it. And I was like on the way to Best Buy. Like I was looking to buy a camera. And I was like, no, I got my webcam, and I'm like, looks great. I'm like, Technology, bro. Doesn't make sense. You think that, the Sony would look better, but,
You would think the more you spend, the better it is, but it doesn't always equate to being that way.
So Justin, how's he doing? I can't see because the thing's in the way, but
Oh, he's fine.
he's good. Maybe give an update on Justin.
We have
He was up by like 26 after the first game, and now he's got a commanding lead in this game.
I
All right.
highly regret. I was trying to set up all the video stuff. I highly regret not chop cutting Justin. I was gonna do it. Should have done it.
he went for a good penny though.
Aaron's only going to shoot like 40 this game, so
So we have another update.
yeah.
So you just saw Aaron Phillips cover a spare there. He is apparently
Baggins.
losing
Awesome.
handily to Justin Knowles. Justin Knowles took him by 20-some pins, and then is now hefty lead going to the end of this second game.
Camera. Brandon in here, say hi.
Not that I need that, but all right.
Brandon Terabek in the crew right now.
Just hanging out, watching all these guys struggle. It's reminding me of my two sets that didn't go so well for me this weekend, but hey, it happens. They're really tough this year, and the fronts in the track hook a lot. When that happens, they get really tight down lane. I think a lot of guys are starting to see that now. Really started to see that first transition spot around the end of game 2, where you really needed to make good ball decision changes. Yeah, they're getting to that point where the right side starts to get a little trashed. So we'll see. A lot of lefties made this cut, which is not surprising. But we'll see.
I think that's 99 highs. I believe.
It is.
Yeah. So he wants.
Bracket update.
Yep.
We can do that in a minute. We'll have an interactive stream. You'll see that. We'll pop it in and out. And once everything's finalized there, we'll go down and make sure we give you guys all the updates on who did what. And then we can give you, pairings and let you know who's where. So.
Yeah, we're gonna work on getting a bracket on here so that way everybody can see. We can jump to that in between some stuff and keep everybody updated on that.
So I think the only Rex member alive right now is Justin.
Did David win?
David win? Yeah.
No, David lost to Ryan Oyama.
Really?
Ryan had a really big first game.
Ryan.
And then just kind of held on.
Wow.
So
Dang.
Age of
yeah,
persuasion.
Nordhaus saw all that hang down lane. He was bowling on the same pair that Chad was.
Yeah.
So both him and Chad Reaper lost the first round, but yeah, that pair just looked really tough. Surface was too much in the fronts, and then it just sort of bailed down lane. So earlier in the weekend and even on Friday, that look was a lot better than what it appeared to be down there. So they had to get into some cleaner stuff, and then it was really hard to get it up the hill, especially if you got a little quick with it at the bottom. So very speed sensitive, especially having to throw some cleaner, quicker equipment. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
We got a Chad Reaper here. So, Chad, looks like you got knocked out there. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, not quite enough. So
And you want to give a little maybe update on your Team Rex recap?
We were hoping to see David versus Chad in
David
round
and Chad.
2, but
bracket down there, yeah. I mean, overall, it's a good tournament. Station 300 was awesome host for their first time this year. Got nothing but good things to say about them. Thanks to Neutral for sponsoring, Brunswick, you guys on Rex with the stream. But yeah, I just had a great look at qualifying and started off okay here in the match play. Just didn't follow the moves enough. They played a little bit different, which I expected. And even when I got in the right ball, just had a few coin flip hits that didn't go my way. Poor execution on a couple of spares and split shots, but that's balling, man.
And I hear you. All right. Well, hey, man. Did well, man. Always
Yeah.
rooting for you.
Yeah,
So,
for sure.
big Chad
Yeah.
next run this year.
Yeah.
Theo and I had some money
What
on
do you guys
Chad,
see
so
out there? What's some storyline so far?
Well, it looks like Age of Persuasion ended up defeating Mr. Nordhaus, which was interesting.
Yeah, he came out of the gates
There's-
firing hot, man. Ryan's look on the first game is incredible, and then yeah, I guess we'll see what he does when he kind of chases it around. He's got some nice touch, but if he follows the moves and cleans up the spare game, he could be dangerous.
So, yeah, waiting here when they get some updates on who did what. Then we'll pop on the interactive stream again. We'll have go down there. And guys, so we're gonna do our best to give you live updates as we can. There's a lot of moving pieces today, so again, communicate with the tournament directors to make sure we can provide the latest updates on scoring and who did what. I think so. Justin Knowles ended up winning his match, which was great. Another member of Team Rex.
Justin had a big set.
Yeah, Justin did really well. How did Andre Gonzalez won, right? Did he win, Andre? You know if he won?
I think so. I think when I was watching, it looked like he was in
It's like
control.
Chelsea.
Cam Crow? Or Cam dude? Because Cam was up.
Yeah, he was down at my bay. I didn't see how he ended up, though. He was in good spirits.
Chelsea Klingler is looking pretty happy over
He's
there.
always in good spirits.
That's true.
I love Cam.
You had Landon Jordan. He made a huge comeback and made some big shots at the end, so he got the win.
Nice job,
Ooh,
Landon.
Landon.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was down like 40 or 50 after the first game. And
Man, that's a hard comeback.
it was a low-scoring match. He went fishing, threw a lot of balls. It looked like he maybe got into a ghost at the end, and just kind of got him in the right zone.
See some smiling faces. I'm curious if that means they won. Harold.
Harold, you win?
Woo!
Coach Cluck.
Okay, so
Coach K.
Harold, come in here really quick.
Isn't that trademark?
Oh, wait. Can't say that. Coach
So-
Harold.
Hold on. So Harold, I don't know if you know this. You were bowling AJ. Obviously, you knew that. AJ yesterday at the Calcutta was the first pick from Tyler Ladwig for $550. So Tyler Ladwig is now out that $550.
The two-hander, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Tyler's back there. So Harold beat the $550 first
Last way
place
getting all the big
bet.
wins.
I actually had no idea until my wife texted me about 5 minutes ago. So
Amazing job, man. That's a great. I mean,
Yeah.
AJ's a phenomenal bowler.
He
So
is.
that must have been a tough one. For you, right?
yeah. Well, I was actually just talking to Jerry Terrebeck a minute ago, and basically I was telling him that as I've gotten older, I've actually gotten a little smarter. Believe it or not.
Yeah, wow.
Sometimes. So basically, I'm fully aware and fully confident in the fact that I cannot compete with a lot of these guys playing the same part of the lane that they all are. So I actually last night to make it in the Desperado, I went to the gutter with my Widow Mania.
Look good.
With a little bit of polish. Looked really good. It's not there yet. I'm hoping round 2 maybe. Maybe round 3. But right now I was in a hammerhead both games. When I executed, it was great. When I did it, gave me 170 the last game, and that was good enough. But
Yeah, Harold.
my 30 after game 1. So.
Great job, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, Harold jumped in there at the final countdown with a 255 to be one of the top 4 in the final countdown to make it, and then takes out the number 3 seed. And
Who got the group of 4 in the Calcutta?
I don't
That's
remember
I don't know.
who did get the
Yeah.
group of 4.
Because
I
I mean,
remember.
hopefully it's Tyler, so I didn't completely screw his investment.
Tyler has about half the field, so he might be fine
A lot
anyways.
of Calcutta action last
Yeah.
night. That was pretty wild. So, all right, man. Well, hey,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
best of luck, and we're rooting for you, man.
Thank you. Appreciate
So,
it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for what you're doing. By the way, I also just got a text. Evidently, the stream over here cut out towards the end. I don't know if you knew that. On our pair.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we're back on
So for
the.
those of you that were texting me, I pulled it out. Thank you.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thanks, guys.
I think it may have been the other one earlier. They may have been thinking. 'Cause I think
Yeah.
we fixed that. That was. the
Yeah,
last
I
game
think
one,
we're fixed
so.
now. Do we want to take a quick break, show some slow-mo videos?
Yeah. All right, guys. Take a quick break. We're going to showcase some slow motion videos that we had during qualifying, and we'll be back soon with squad updates and pairings, and go from there.
working a couple things out here.
Bowling they played first round. If you have not getting paid yet, go see Jason Butler front counter. To all the winners,
That's a bad
go
idea.
down to your starting pair, type in a one,
Oh, I
and
pulled
either do
that
one
out.
A or one, whatever, just something so there's a number or letter on each side. Going forward, higher seed has choice. You will get 5 minutes of practice now between each round.
Yeah, that's working.
Honestly, it's literally just the virtual audio problem.
Well, the good news is we've got mics ready for the stream, so that's the important part.
Hey there, Tyler. Yes, we're working on that right now, actually. Since my mic doesn't sound that great, I'm gonna steal Connor's. Yes, Tyler, we're working on that right now. So right now, bowlers are practicing and getting ready for the next round. So we're working on getting those updates and the bracket updates for everybody. That face though. Thank you. Doing some photography there from Amber Borello. Amber, say hi on the stream.
What's up, peeps? What's up, chat?
Right here.
Yeah, where am I? I'm so little. Hi. Just having fun. I'm loud. I'm loud. Sorry. I'm just looking at everything. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, but it's like, what's up? And I have to stand on top of things just so people can see me.
Greater Grand Rapids USBC Council represent.
Yeah, right? I think I'm-
Professional Amber Borello.
Yes, that's me.
So who do you think's gonna take it home today?
I gotta go with my girl,
Well, I said Chad.
Chelsea
but that didn't work
Klingler.
out.
Chelsea Klingler. All right, I like it.
She
bet-
gave
I
Jay
got
Walker
outbid.
the stuff.
I tried to take Chelsea on
Oh,
the
yeah.
Calcutta, but I got outbid.
She barn burner with vodka. She's throwing the ball really good.
It's hard.
Except
It's
for
hard to
that.
bet against the touring pro guys. You know, Grandpa, Justin Bell.
Yes.
Those guys just
They know how to,
with
they
the
know how
left
to play.
with the left being a little bit more user friendly. I
True.
think this tournament,
It seems like it, yeah.
but we've still got a lot of really talented bowlers out here, especially local
absolutely.
guys. You know, Charlie Brown's still bowling out there. I see Brian McMahon still out there. You know, Higgins is coming up from Ohio. So there's loads of talent that's still out here. It's,
That is true.
It's fun to watch.
Tony, put it the snack bar, Tony.
Tony better go get his food. Like Michael Davidson, I'm a big fan of him.
Yeah.
So I'm trying. I'm too short to see everybody. So
And then obviously, Cam Crow,
yeah,
early leader in the clubhouse.
absolutely love Cam. Absolutely love him.
Awesome.
Yeah. There are some surprises of people not like out already too.
Yeah.
Like I knew the Aaron Justin one would be close. Who's the young kid down there? Motive jersey with the or the New Orleans two-hander.
Oh,
Jordan?
well, I think both the Jordans are through.
Oh, did they? Okay.
I think Landon made it through as well. So, tell you what, dark horse sleeper pick, Bryce Oliver.
Ooh.
He's a Cleveland guy.
Okay.
I believe he went to Pikeville.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Down there with Dylan. Two-handed lefty.
Oh, okay.
Throws it hard, likes to be firm with it, but he's got really good touch. He's up right now on lane 30. So you can see he's on the screen over here.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I'm trying to fix some of this. I don't know why.
Oh, the one with the blue shirt.
Yeah, yeah. Ginger Ninja.
Say something really quick.
All right, we are here with the live stream.
He's really firm.
Let's work on that after this round.
Okay.
Yeah, my mic's not working, dude. Like you can't hear anything. Like it says it's working there, but like I can't hear it. For some
This
reason.
mic?
Yeah,
Didn't we already fix that?
I've been trying to.
Try unplugging it, plugging it back. Okay.
I wish. That's yours, Brody. I think it has something to do with the routing, bro. Like it's just not routing properly. You have one microphone. I mean, we have to just use one mic and put it in the middle. It's annoying because
fine.
this is a much easier.
He's
It might actually be the input jack on this too. So. Oh,
Switch down to the low end for a moment here. We've been on the high end for quite a while.
keep talking. I'm testing the audio.
So we do finally have some updates on how matches went here. So currently you can see there Landon Jordan. He made it through. He's bowling Isaac Gorgon on lane 9 and 10. Johnny Davis, you can see bowling. He's taking on Ryan Oyama on 7 and 8. So those are going to be the featured matches of the low end here. I'm going to quick run through everybody that made it through the first round. So hopefully you guys can hear who's left, and we can try and get you some periodic updates on how people are doing that are off the stream. But so far, people that made it through the round of 64 are now bowling in the round of 32. We have Matt Kuba, Jeremy Keneally, Jeff Fair. Yeah,
You do that right.
you can. It's just not going to look as good. We have Donovan Romita, John Davis, Ryan Oyama, Isaac Gorgon, Landon Jordan, Graham Falk, Jeremy Mars, Mike Moore, Nick Luther, Jacob Johnson, Ryan Lakota, Tyler Ring, Michael Davidson. We also have Cam Crow, Brian McMahon, Kyle Pranger, Mark Labarge, Simon Moat, Ryan Liederbach, Charlie Brown II, Andre Gonzalez, Harold Klukowski, Mark Milasinovich, Chris Hartung versus Justin Knowles, Bryce Oliver, Dan Higgins, Chelsea Klingler, and Casey Cohagen. So that is the 32 that made it on. If you'd like a bracket update, we will get you guys a bracket update soon. I believe I can share that. Give me a moment. I'll try and share that to the chat so you guys can take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, I think Bo and
Brandon,
low end.
Brandon.
Watch the low end, but I think that's where we are right now, right? This is the lower-ish end. Wait, no. There we go.
I would like to share a photo in here. Can we do
Can't
that?
do that.
Bummer.
Can't share a photo. Just put it on the screen or something. I mean, We could type it in a ban. Like I said, you can have a banner with the scores across, go across. I can.
Do a live list.
It's gonna take a lot of work. It's gonna take a lot of.
Let's see. Oops. Let's go. Let's see. Okay, we're going to take a quick look at the bracket after the round of 64. So it's showing you here what we're looking at.
Double click and zoom in.
Can we zoom in a little better? It's already saved, so we can just pull it up. Drag it on over.
That was showing right
Yep,
now.
yep, that's showing. I'm just going to do a quick little rundown of this bracket so you guys can see how it's matched up. And then go back to file viewer. We've got the other bracket. Take a look at the other side of the bracket here. So we'll periodically try and show the bracket again, just so you guys can have the update there. It's just down there.
It's just down there.
It's just on this. No, I guess it's a little lag on that one.
Probably just again.
We got John Davis coming up here. Took out Chad Reefer.
I'll let you take care of the stream. I'm gonna work on the photography edits. I got a lot of edits I gotta do. I don't know why this. I think it might be the input on this. I mean, weird because like the audio. I think it has something to do. Just give me a second really quick. That's right. So I have to have.
So it looks like we got an update from Chad Reefer. Sent us some info on how it's going down there on the low end.
Hold on. Just give me 1 second, bro. I think I may have fixed this. Oh, you're good. You're talking. You're good.
So Chad says down on the low end, it's about, well, actually across the house, it's pretty 50-50 with lefties and urethane taking on righties using their resin. So on the lower end, more right-handed players are playing in. On the high end, they're playing a little straighter. So lefties, obviously, they've got the urethane thing. They're trying to create holds so that the shot doesn't change for them too much throughout the day. Where the lefties are trying to change the lane a little bit. They're using different strategies to get the ball down the lane. As usual, lefties a little more variation than the left-handed players. The righties have more variation than left-handed players. Look at a little commentary here. Landon Jordan's coming up, who is taking on. Landon Jordan taking on Isaac Gorgon. We're in game 1 of 2 in the round of 32. Looks like matches have been fairly close so far in this second round here. Oh boy, I wish we had a look at lanes 29 and 30. Might see if we can switch down there for just a moment. We'll wait till Landon throws his next shot.
Go to not now.
But down on 29 and 30, we got a heck of a first game going in this round of 32. We got, oh man, 29 and 30. Who's bowling on 29 and 30 right now? I got to pull this up. '29 and 30 is Bryce Oliver versus Dan Higgins, and they both went 9 spare, strikes through the 7th frame. Now they both covered a spare in the 8th frame. Looks like that was Bryce Oliver. He's covered a 7 spare, and Dan Higgins had the 9 spare. So typically 2-pin advantage for Higgins on lane 29 and 30. Gonna switch down to the high pair here, see if we can catch a little bit of that match. Oh, so on the far left there, you just saw ringing 8-pin. That is the match that had a 290. Both bowlers were going 290 through the 7th. On 29 and 30, so it's Dan Higgins versus Bryce Oliver. 29 and 30, they both went 9 spare strikes through the 7th, and then both covered spare in the 8th frame. I believe that's Bryce Oliver, just went 7 spare, 9 spares. We'll see how Dan Higgins responds. If he can jump on the strike in the 9th frame, he's going to have a good chance to have a good first game lead.
I can share this. Snip and snip, and then we can.
Of course, we've got Harold Kulkowski, who took out A.J. Wilson home in the first match after Harold making the final countdown squad. Took out A.J., the number 3 seed, and the high bidder on the Calcutta. Looks like Harold actually has a fair lead in game 1 here through 7 frames. Pair 31 and 32. We've got Mark Milkovich versus Harold. That's what we were just seeing there. Harold has, through 8 frames, about a 20-pin lead on Mike. See Justin Knowles on the screen there on 33-34, taking on Chris Hartwig. Justin with a big old split, lefty 379. Justin is looking like he's struggling, but so is his opponent. So might just be a grind through game 1 on that pair. It looks like we got a glimpse of Andre Gonzalez there on 35 and 36 taking on Charlie Brown. Now that's a match there. Winner of that match could very well make a deep run Andre Gonzalez, far right, covering a 7-pin. Over there on the left, we just saw Mark Milcevic. Yeah, here comes Hartung. Taking on Justin Knowles in round of 32. Ooh, buries a strike. That's gonna be big. He's now got a, oh man, maybe 30 or 40 pin lead on Justin going into the 10th. Harold not happy with a ball through the nose, leaves an 8 count. On the far left, we just saw Dan Higgins not happy with that shot, leaving the 3-6-10. CVL Bowling, hey, what's going on? Glad you're in the stream here. Okay, and then we have on the farthest left, you can see that farthest lane, 27 and 28, is Chelsea Klingler versus Casey Cohagen. And they are 8 pins apart in the 9th, both working on a double. So that's going to be a close first game. See Charlie Brown on the far right, just left a 7-pin over there. That might be a 4-pin, actually. Dave Wadka did not make it through. Mike Moore, I don't believe he did. Let me double check. Oh, Mike Moore did make it through. Mike Moore is down on 11 and 12, taking on Nick Luther. Mike Moore versus Nick Luther on 11 and 12. They are the 45 seed versus the 13 seed. Mike Moore and Nick Luther. Dave Wadka bowled the. Dave Wadka was the 38 seed, taking on the 27 seed Chelsea Klingler. Chelsea, a great local bowler, as is Dave. Chelsea came out with the win on that, 385 to 380. So a 5-pin match on that first one between Chelsea and Dave. Chelsea now taking on Casey Cohagen on 27-8, which is the farthest left pair on our stream right now that you can see. So back to an update on that Bryce Oliver, Dan Higgins. We just saw Bryce Oliver throw that second shot in the 10th. He can strike out. He can throw the fill ball for 256. And Dan Higgins went 248 game 1. So big games from them on lane 29 and 30. Let's see. We got Bryce Oliver finishing up the fill ball right here on the left side in the blue shirt. Cleans it up. Messenger 7-pin. 256, 248 that first game. Dan Higgins, Bryce Oliver. That is huge. Either of those guys would be handily beating any other opponent down on the high end right now. Jacob Johnson. Let's take a look and see if Jacob Johnson made it through. Jacob Johnson did defeat Zeke Bate. He is now bowling on 15 and 16 versus Ryan Lakota. We do not have coverage of 15 and 16 right now. But Ryan Lakota versus Jacob Johnson. Jacob Johnson had a big first set. He went 468 to beat Zeke, who shot a 362. So Jacob Johnson, strong first set, taking on Ryan Lakota in the second round, round of 32. So that first match with Justin Knowles is wrapping up. Justin Knowles versus Chris Hardwick. Yeah, thank you, Chad. Looks like Liedenbach is up big on Simon Moat. I'm getting some updates from Chad Reaper, who's walking the bowling alley for us. Mark Labarge and Kyle Pranger are tied after one game. Charlie Brown is going to be up about 60 pins on Andre Gonzalez after one. And Knowles is going to be behind Hartug. I think we can see that score. Knowles went 140 something to 179 against Hartung. And then McCone, Mark McCone. believe is taking on Cam Crow. Down, so Cam Crow is up 20 pins after game 1. Jeremy Mars is down 34 pins to Graham Falk. Davidson is down by 33. Who's Davidson playing? Okay, so you got Tyler Ring versus Mike Davidson on 17 and 18. Davison is down by 23. Jacob Johnson. So we had a update for Jacob Johnson. He's up a few pins over Ryan Lakota. So Falk is leading. Jacob Johnson's a couple pins up. Cam Crow is leading. Bryce Oliver's up by 8 pins with a 256, 248 match. Knowles is down about 20 to 30. Charlie Brown leading Andre Gonzalez by 60-ish. Pranger and LaBarge tied. Leader box up big on Simon Moat. What did the top 60 cut end up being? Had to be more. Ted, love to have you here, Ted. 60th place was 826. 826 was the cut, and then the final countdown was massive. We had Mike Williams 257, Harold Klukowski 255, Josh Borsma 245, and Matt Kuba 237. And Harold took AJ to town in that first match. Harold Klukowski making it in the final countdown squad, found a look there, and is now leading in a game, in the first game here, I believe. So, let's see. We'll switch down to the low end for a moment here. We haven't been down there in a little bit. So Chad's giving us some updates from down there. We got Landon Jordan right now. Landon Jordan and Isaac Gorgon actually tied at 231 game 1, so that's a really close game down there. Nick Luther is down by 90 pins. Ooh, it's not what you want to. It's not how you want that to be. Nick Luther taking on Mike Moore, down 90 pins to Mike Moore after game 1 of 2. John Davis, who beat Chad Reefer, is up 18 pins over Ryan Oyama, who took out David Nordhaus. So Ryan Oyama, John Davis, 18-pin match. Matt Kuba. Matt Kuba's up over Jeremy Keneally, 225 to 214. Jeff Fair is up 233 to 181 over Donovan. Chad, that's awesome. Thank you for doing that. Shout out to the great Chad Reefer for sending me the updates. It's hard to see the scores from the booth here. So Chad's been patrolling, giving us some score updates. Oh, big shot from Landon Jordan. So again, Landon Jordan and Isaac Gorgon tied after 1. So that's the match you're seeing here on lanes 9 and 10 on the right. On the left, you've got Ryan Oyama taking on John Davis. And John Davis is up 18 over Ryan Oyama. So Oyama needs to cover 2 more spares or get an extra double out of it than John to cover up this next one. A couple more updates from the higher end. From Chad here. So Casey Cohagen and Chelsea Klingler. Looks like Casey is up on Klingler by 18 pins after game 1. And then Harold Kukuski, who we were talking about, is up by 7 over Mark Milosevic. As a new bowler, what happens if 2 bowlers tie each other in the 10th frame? So we're doing 2 games total pinfall match play right now. So it's head to head, 2 games. Whoever has the highest score at the end moves on. Losers out. If there's a tie, I would believe we're going to go to a roll off, probably a 9th and 10th roll off. I'd have to confirm that. But if there's a tie, we will do some sort of tiebreaker. If they tie in the 10th frame of the first game, no issues. We're just going to bowl game 2 and see how that works out. Ooh. Chad just let me know that Mark Labarge missed a single pin spare in the 10th to be tied with Kyle Pranger game 1. We're going to do some commentary on the games we're seeing right now, though. John Davis throwing right now there. Ooh, let that one out a little wide. That's a nasty head pin split. Not going to be happy about that against Rhino. He's got 18 pin lead on Oyama, but if you're missing this spare, would just about run that lead out. Landon Jordan covers a nice 10 pin spare there. A little bit farther left there, you see on lanes 5 and 6. That's Matt Kuba and Jeremy Keneally bowling. You'll be able to see them on the far left side there occasionally on 5 and 6. Which, if I double check, I believe Kuba was up. Yes, Kuba was up over Keneally, 225 to 214. Another good shot by Landon Jordan. Again, that match, Isaac Gorgon versus Landon Jordan, is tied after game 1. John Davis, forward falling head pin for a strike. Where's Mark the Shark? Oh, gosh. There's a few Marks in here. Let me know which Mark you're asking about. Got Mark Labarge just taking on Kyle Pranger. That match is tied. Mark Milosevic, that might be Mark the Shark, if I had to guess, is down 7 to Harold Klukuski. That? What? Oh, I got you. I'll try one of those neutrals, Jeremy. I don't know, whatever you think is a good one. Isaac coming up here to cover a 6 pin. Cleans it up. Tied match down there. Ryan Oyama trailing by 18 pins over John Davis. Now, on the high end, Charlie Brown, a little insight for you from qualifying on Saturday. Charlie Brown's qualifying set on the high end, he shot at 140, switched down to lane 5 and 6 after the move, and shot 279, I believe, 276. Oh well. And Charlie Brown looked much better on the low end in qualifying, but today he's on the high end, which he was upset about, but he is up 90 pins after game 1. And Chad Reefer is saying he is just dominant over there against Andre Gonzalez. He's going to be hard to beat on the high end. I want to do a quick call out to our event sponsor, Neutral. guaranteeing the $10,000 prize fund we had for first place. So neutral, they've got, it's a vodka seltzer. They got a lot of great flavors. This is a sparkling real fruit juice. This is classic cranberry. I mean, this is my first chance with it, and it's pretty good. So if you haven't yet, grab a neutral. They're on special right now at Station 300. So if you're here at Station 300, grab yourself a neutral. Great drink, great sponsor, and guaranteeing us that $10,000 prize fund. Corey Missouri. Let's check on how Corey Missouri is doing. We'll find him. Corey. I'm not sure. Did Corey make it through? Did I miss him? Yeah, looks like Corey did not make it through the round of 64. He lost to Chris Hartwig. Corey Missouri shot 348 to Chris Hardung's 396. Chris, who defeated Corey, is now bowling Justin Knowles, and Chris is actually up on Justin Knowles after game 1. I know we've got some good matches down here on the low end, but I got to switch us to the high end again. We have the front 7 from Bryce Oliver. So on the far left there, you see the light blue T-shirt. That's Bryce Oliver. He's working on the front 7. He also had a 8-pin lead after game 1. 8 in a row for Bryce Oliver. He's going to take the round of 32 match handily after a very, very close first game in the high, the mid 2s. See if we can get a score update in the middle here. So we have what I am assuming is Mark the Shark, Mark's Milicinovich, taking on Harold Klukuski. So Harold is up currently. You see them there on lane 31-32 in the middle of our screen. Harold was up 7 pins after game 1. And it's looking like Harold. Ooh, that's a turkey for Harold, so he's looking good now. He's got a little bit of a lead, plus he's up from game 1. If he can put another strike in there, that might just put it over the top. Some more updates from Chad out in the field. Liederbach on cruise control over Moat. So looking like Liederbach is going to move on. Charlie is putting the smackdown on Andre Gonzalez. That is a brutal second round pairing for Andre versus Charlie. But I guess good for Charlie and taking out some of the big players early. Comes Harold again. Ooh, lucky break. Harold goes 4-bagger. He's up 7 after game 1. Okay, yeah, I'll switch to it. So Bryce Oliver coming back up, front 8. We're going to get a close-up of that. Theo's going to get the live stream, and we're going to pull that up in a moment here. We will get the standings posted soon. Bryce Oliver, front 9. So let's see. We're going to see if we can... We're going to see if we can get a close-up of this 10th frame from Bryce Oliver. So on the far left, you can see Bryce Oliver. We don't have the live stream up quite yet. Ooh, that's front 10. Front 10 from Bryce Oliver, far left side. Okay, far left, you can see Bryce Oliver going for 11 in a row here. Front 11 for Bryce Oliver. Handily going to win his match here in the round 32. I might do something crazy here. $300 for Bryce Oliver. Bryce Oliver goes 300 game 2 after being up 8 pins with a, so he goes 556 for 2 to take out his opponent. So you got to feel bad for Dan Higgins. He came out shooting with a 248. It didn't come on. We got it. You want to get an interview with him? Yeah, I got you. So we're going to do a quick instant replay of that 300 game. Oh, never mind. We're going to go get an interview. Yep, I got it. Ooh. So it does look like Harold Kukuski is going to take that match. I'm going to get a quick close-up with Bryce Oliver here. Not sure we're going to have any audio on that. I apologize. We'll have that interview afterwards. We didn't have the audio for the live stream, unfortunately, but we will have that interview after the fact for sure. Going to see how the rest of these matches play out. Looks like, so Bryce Oliver definitely moving on. We had Harold Klukuski is going to be moving on. Kyle Pranger is going to take out Mark Labarge. Cam Crow is going to take out Mac Mahone. I don't think the audio's coming through still. You'll have the clip for sure, but
I mean, I won't because I'm live. All right, guys, we're gonna go back to the main stream. Sorry, dude. I keep wanting to just do this. Like, we need to fix the audio like right now, dude. You don't want to. We need to fix it.
we can fix it. Looks like Justin Knowles is gonna get knocked out over Hartung. Or Hartung's gonna take out Justin Knowles. Davidson with a big comeback against Tyler Ring. Max score from Davidson's 279, the Ring of 214. Davison was down 23. So Davison likely to take that match. Jacob Johnson versus Ryan Lakota is a tight one down there.
Do me a favor.
Let's switch back down on this end and see.
I'll switch back to the high end actually.
John Davis beat Ryan Oyama 350 to 346. Landon Jordan wins with a 250.
You're good.
Yeah. Again, if somebody in the chat can let us know that the audio is still working, that'd be very nice. It's been a lot of microphones, a lot of different audio sources. Things haven't been coming through as cleanly as we'd like, but let us know if you can hear our commentary here. We're about to be moving on to the round of 16. Give me 16 remaining.
How'd you do? Lost?
We lost a lot.
We're good. Yeah, we were trying to get set up, man. It's just been like crazy hard to do certain things. I think we're trying to go above and beyond for all that stuff. So
Yeah.
what are you gonna do?
Sure,
Hey
you
man,
guys are
nice
doing a good job.
nice run, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
I'll see you.
all right, man, I gotta go down to Chicagoland sometime. All right, see ya. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can do right now.
That's fine. We can hear.
Nothing we can do.
We can hear us. That's fine.
Yep. Do you want to play? You want to just give updates?
Yeah.
I could literally transfer this, export this really quick, and then we could play this vlog. I don't have any. It's not really fully edited yet, but. You can unmute your thing too if you want a little alley noise there. So. Win? Oh! You want to do a little post game? You want to do a little wrap up? Keep doing your thing,
Just let him
bro.
do his thing.
Yeah, what was it? This is why you're the coach of Aquinas. Figure out your own problems, man.
Yeah, sometimes
Great.
take a little bit longer to figure them out. But okay, we got
I used to do that.
Oh, is the audio coming through now?
I had no idea. Find out.
No.
Yeah, it just sucks because
I don't think I've got it wrote on here.
what are you doing?
Just seeing. Okay, there we go. Now we're talking. So this is the Real Experience Bowling YouTube channel. Do ball reviews, tutorials, vlogs, bowling alley reviews, everything that you could want.
Just trying to grow the sport of bowling.
Trying to grow the sport of bowling, trying to provide great content. Some of the latest equipment coming out. We got the early look at a lot of it. So if you haven't checked out the Real Experience Bowling page yet, go ahead, do so. Drop subscribe, like some videos.
You want to play one maybe? So let's do I don't know. Let's do one with Chad. Yeah. Go full screen on that. But they can't hear it. That's the problem.
Get some looks at the Evoke Hysteria from Chad Reefer. Most of them. I'll need the updated bracket when we get a chance. So, Chad Reefer, obviously a great local bowler. does a lot of reviews for us. Has the iconic Rick's blue long sleeve hoodie that he averages 250 in. Giving us some looks at the Evoke Hysteria here at Rockford Lanes.
I have to figure out how to get that audio to work, man. Yeah. Turn in. I mean, it's not. It's not this. I mean, it's not like.
It could be Acer.
Why would it be the Ace?
That's this monitor. It's got its own output.
Yeah, but you have to understand. So your input. It's weird. Like there should be sound coming out of this. I think it's something to do with the settings, bro. Like, I honestly think it's something to do with this, and I just don't know how to fix it. Because desktop audio, I mean, it's.
Nothing. Okay. So we do have the bracket updates.
All right,
We'll
get
put
your
that up
camera
soon.
in, please put one or A in on both sides. Also, if you did move that around, please see Butler at the front counter for your payout. If you're eliminated, proper term, sorry.
Oh, on the right lane? You were on first? Yeah, yeah. I saw it, dude. It like jumped.
How do I get rid of some of these? How do I get rid of?
You can hide them.
The two left hands down here.
Just delete them here. Yeah. Never mind. That was the wrong thing. Whatever.
They also probably hold them like both 9 a.m. squats Saturday and Sunday for beef.
All right, you guys all ready?
Just don't worry about it. Yeah.
Also, congrats to Bryce for a nice 300 game. All right, give us 1 second. Each one, 30. I'm missing a match in the middle.
We're gonna want to move cameras soon.
Scott, put your name in. Oh, you got, sorry. You're good.
Lanes are getting scrunched. We're probably gonna want to move cameras. Let's just go see what they're looking at.
right, buddy.
Take care.
Later, bro. Just
It's been good so far. I mean, I've definitely enjoyed like all the updates and like the short form videos and stuff like that. It's all been good stuff.
that's good.
Chad found a shot of me actually striking, so that was nice to have.
Wow.
Okay, so we are now down to the round of 16. So we've got the low end showing right now.
Hold up. Really quickly. Yes, Chris. We were just showing one of Chad's ball reviews there, some Chad Reed from Team Rex. So we're having some virtual audio issues. So we're having a hard time, kind of sharing the audio that's on the desktop. So sorry about that. So
Yeah, we've got our booth commentaries coming through great, which is good. But in the downtime when we're trying to share audio from some videos in between matches, we're not quite able to get that to play. Definitely have that fixed before future streams.
yeah, I think we're good.
But while they're wrapping up match play here, let's pull up the bracket and let you guys. So we're showing the bracket here really quick while they finish up practice, so you can take a look at who's remaining, who's still in it here, what the scores. Well, we don't. Do we have scores? Yeah, we do have the scores on there. If you look at the previous match. Take a look at the high end bracket now. So you got Cam Crow taking on Kyle Pranger on 35-36. Ryan Liederbach versus Charlie Brown II. Harold Klukuski, the final countdown hero, taking on Chris Harthung. Bryce Oliver, who just shot 300, taking on Casey Cohagen. On the low end, you have Matt Kuba did beat Jeremy. So Matt Kuba's taking on Jeff Fair. John Davis over Ryan Oyama. So John Davis versus Landon Jordan. Graham Fa versus Mike Moore. And Ryan Lakota versus Michael Davison. So lanes are starting to get a little far apart. But we do have 2 lanes on the high end, 2 lanes on the low end that you can see from here. So starting off, we have Matt Kuba leaving a 10 pin, and he's taking on Jeff Fair. Apologize. Yeah, you can definitely go to Real Experience Bowling and watch all the videos we have there. Check them out anytime. Unfortunately, between matches, there's going to be no audio on any videos that we showed in the downtime when nothing's happening on the lanes. We'll just put some bowling videos up. Fortunately, won't be any audio to share in that situation, but as of now, we got the live stream going. We've got the low end pair. See John Davis there on the left, just throwing a nice strike. He's taking on Landon Jordan, who has the first two. Landon does. Matt Kuba coming up for a second frame throw. Nice strike for Matt Kuba. John Davis leaves a half a bucket. The 245, half a bucket, I call it. Switch over to the high end for a moment. Oh, after this shot from Jeff. Ooh, Messenger to save the 710, I believe. So switch down to high end. We've got Bryce Oliver here. Bryce is taking on Casey Cohagen. It's going to be on the left side of your screen. Bryce Oliver up now versus Casey Cohagen. And then a little to the right, we got another match. Looks like that's going to be Cam Crow versus Kyle Pranger.
Thank you, Amber.
Yay.
Nice. What is it, the Google Pixel?
No, it's Samsung 24 Ultra.
Nice. All those Android phones are actually pretty banger. Like Google ones, man.
Yeah.
Those are freaking nuts,
I've
man.
gotten really used to the Samsung system. So I was like, I know Google's very, very similar, but I can't. But I have to
Oh, Casey. What a cover. What was that? I can't even think.
Took
I don't
four
even
through
know
the
what
middle.
Yeah, four split.
Quicker to tell you what pins he knocked down
Yeah.
on the first ball than what
He
left.
took out the 1, 2, 5, 8.
Yeah.
And he left the rest and just cleaned that up.
It's a 4 house doubles 4 count.
Whew. That's a big cover. Especially Bryce Oliver opened in the second frame, so covering that split gave him the lead. Well, now he's got a 10-pin lead because he's got the spare.
Looks like Bryce is having to shape it a little bit more on this pair. I think that was the pair that Knowles was on and having issues with.
Yeah, following another
Did
lefty.
Justin lose?
Yes. Cam Crow, you saw on the right there, just taking a strike. He's taking on Kyle Pranger.
Cam about halfway through the last match went with the purple and big loft and really hitting it hard. And
Cameron's still in.
yeah,
Cam Crow's bowling on the right side of our stream right now.
Yep,
He's got that.
bowling against Kyle Pranger.
Casey can't cover the baby split. Covered the big one. Couldn't cover the baby split. Bryce Oliver coming back up. Cam Crow on the right side of your screen. Throwing that lefty purple hammer. Ooh, can't quite get the 4-pin out of there.
Set that one down earlier. I didn't see if that's what he was trying to do in practice, but didn't go with the loft, and it looked like it checked up.
Bryce just trying to go Brooklyn, can't quite cover it. Leaves a 5-pin. Cam Crow cleaning up his spare. On the far left, you see Harold Kukuski's ball going down there. Taking out the 3-6 pocket. See, Bryce can cover up this 5-pin. Then we'll check in on the low pair, see how Landon Jordan's running down there.
Might be able to get this actually done.
Matt Kuba, another strike. Far left, you got John Davis covering up a spare. Jeff Fair coming up. Jeff Fair, Matt Kuba on 9 and 10. See on the left side of your screen there, you've got John Davis hanging out on the bottom left corner. He's taking on Landon Jordan, who is up right now. You'll see him come on the screen just in just a moment as he throws a shot. Sounds like Bryce Oliver's making a ball change down on the high end. Here comes Landon Jordan. Jeff throwing on lane 10. Ooh, ringing 10 pin. Landon. Landon, strike. Good shot. Again, shout out to Neutral, the sponsor of this event. One of our sponsors, Neutral. Vodka seltzers made with real juice. Very tasty. Give one a try. They are guaranteeing the prize fund down here for the $10,000 Memorial Day Open. On special at Station 300. Jeff coming up again. 9. John Davis with a quick approach. Gets to Brooklyn to carry. John does. Jeff leaves the 6'10". Not happy about it. Definitely seeing some transition pains from a few bowlers. Not a lot of strikes here in the round of 16 so far. John Davis with a big split over on lane 5. Matt Kuba coming up again on lane 10.
I would have gotten that 3. Hi. I should have gotten that 300 on the 4K camera. What are you gonna do, man?
Ooh, another big split for Matt. How's it going, Marshall? A baby on the stream, my son Marshall. He's been at more bowling alleys than anywhere else. If he doesn't like bowling, we're going to have to send him back, I think. But have him joining us in the booth. Landon Jordan taking a shot down on 5 and 6. Another strike. Can't see the scores from here, but I would run to think that Landon is taking the lead early in game 1. Check out some action on the high end again. Cam Crow going through the 2-4, leaving a head pin split. Casey coming up on lane. Casey, big strike. Casey is a little behind in that match versus Bryce Oliver. It looks like Bryce Oliver's ball change did work out for him. A couple of updates on some matches that aren't on camera. Moore and Falk, Graham Falk bowling, both off to an ugly start. Like I said, I think there's a lot of transition pains on this round of 16 as the lanes start to break down here. Kuba and Jeff, Matt and Jeff match down there. There's no doubles yet through 5 frames. Ryan Lakota and Davidson. Let me see. Ryan Lakota and Mike Davison. Both clean through 5. No strikes between Moore and Falk through 5 frames. Kyle Pranger grabbing a mark there in his match against Cam Crow.
Carl's going against. Wow. I wonder if I should get some photography of the finals, but got so much photography.
Comes
right
Bryce
here.
Oliver.
What do you think?
Whatever you like to do. Ooh, almost got away with a wish-washy strike, but leaves a 7-pin for Bryce Oliver. Kyle Pranger up on the right. Ooh. All right, makeable though. That is a 2-10 split. That is a makeable one. Still a split, not easy, but makeable for Kyle. Down a little farther on the high end that we can't quite catch the match. You can maybe saw the ball go down just there where that 10 pin's left on the far right. That's Charlie Brown versus Leaderbaugh, and they're about even through 6 or 7 frames in the first game. Kyle takes the one. Kyle and Cam are about even through 6 frames. Harold Kukuski struggling in the round of 16 here. He's got a couple of opens and only one strike.
The cameras are being used. Oh yeah, that's right. Can't do that. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get some photos, and I'm like, oh wait, they're being used for streaming. Any more cameras?
It's going.
It's going. It. What?
No.
He's doing. I'm literally editing the vlog because I didn't have time to do it, and then we're gonna try to show that I'm part of the finals breakdown or whatever, and then stream's going well, except we can't capture the virtual audio. So like when we're playing a video, there's no audio. What are you gonna do? We're making do.
We've got our audio, just the downtime audio is not there.
Somebody asked here. You got to talk to the audience too, man. Like when
Yeah, I
people
do.
say- yeah, I don't do that.
That's from a while ago.
Oh, okay, but I'm just people
It's from
comment.
15 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
I'm watching it.
good interaction. What did he mean by that? Link to another viewers tab.
That's because when we were playing Chad's video, there's no audio. As I told him, I said, yeah, we could drop a link down there and you could watch it.
We do that, like for sure. Oh, look at that, Casey.
Oh, Casey.
Look at that shot.
You dirty dog.
Woo!
That was that was actually
like that one.
huge. He needed that strike. With that strike, he's going to be down about 10 pins, I believe. Maybe 20. Nah, 10. Be down about 10 pins going into the 9th frame after carrying that strike. Cam Crow coming up here to cover a 4-pin. Ooh, Leaderbaugh goes back-to-back opens against Charlie Brown, and Charlie's been looking good today so far, so Charlie might be able to capitalize on that. Yeah, so Leaderbaugh went 7-10 split, followed by misses a 3-pin to go open late in the game, too, game 1 of 2. Update on Harold versus Chris. Harold Kukuski versus Chris Huttug. Chris, healthy lead in game 1 through 8 frames. If he covers the spare, it'll be 176 with a spare to Harold's 105 with a spare. Going to be a big mountain to climb for Harold in game 2. Casey unfortunately goes split there after the lucky strike. Covers the split. He's covered 2 big splits this game. Only problem is he's left 4. That's not what you want. So he's going to be down about 10 pins in the 9th frame right now. Oh, man. So on a couple of pairs that we don't have a view of, Graham Falk and Moore both have 4-baggers going in the 10th frame after a very rocky start. Bryce Oliver carries a strike. It's going to be Bryce Oliver, 158 with a strike in the 9th versus Casey's 146 with a spare in the 9th. And Chris Hottung really running away from Harold in game 1. Ooh, Kyle Pranger leaves a baby split, 1-4. Looks like we have some updates from the low pair. We'll switch over after the shot from Bryce Oliver. Nice shot from Bryce Oliver. He's going to take game 1. There's Landon Jordan on the far left. You just saw throw a strike. So he is up 45 after game 1. So Landon Jordan versus John Davis went 214 to 169. Landon Jordan leads by 45 after 1. Matt Kuba and Jeff Fair are finishing up the 10th frame right now. That looks like it could be a fairly close game. I'm sure Chad's going to give us an update soon here. Big strike from Matt. That's 2 in the 10th frame for Matt. So it's a turkey for Matt Kuba coming 9th frame in the first 2 in the 10th. Looks like Jeff's working on a 4-bagger going in the 10th. So Jeff's probably going to have a healthy lead after game 1. Right back. I'm going to go check on that score. So you got the low pair down there. You want the high pair, which has got Bryce and Casey, and then you can see Cam and Kyle.
So this one's hot.
Yeah.
All right, so we got some score updates from the low end after game one. You got Landon Jordan up 214, 169. Michael Davidson 217 over Ryan Lakota 191. Moore 217, Graham Faw 213. Both of them big rally after they struggled to start. And then Jeff Fair 223, Matt Kubo 171. And it looks like you got Chris Hartung 225, Harold Klokowski 151.
See here. Watch this stream. And that'll switch you to the high end. That's Casey versus Bryce Oliver. So then you just, and then if you ever want to switch back to low, just click it again there.
So we're gonna because they're spread off. It's gonna be 7, 8, 15, 16. It's gonna be the same concept over here.
All right, Casey with the spare there.
Pick the better matchup.
Yeah. So I think, but yours is a little better.
Casey's going to need to make a run. He's down by about 40.
Yeah, just look at this sheet here. So if you look at this one's gonna be
Yeah, I've got the chance to take a picture of the bracket too.
38. Here's the bathroom right back.
You got a chance.
Tim Lamos, where's Denny Porter? That's a good question. I would guess he's probably back home, not paying attention to this. Maybe he's getting a soak in the hot tub. All right, get back to it. Got Bryce with a little light. He's got about a 40-pin cushion there. And for anybody that didn't watch earlier, Bryce Oliver just came out of a match shooting 250 and 300. I believe that's the only 300 we've had in the match play here. All right, Jeff going a little bit high there. As a reminder, he was up by about 50 on Cuba, so he's just really looking to stay clean and fill frames. Did you see what the score in the Charlie game match was?
What's up?
Did you see what Charlie's match was? Far down. We're going to get some scores here from the high end after game one. All right, also just got the update. Charlie Brown up 2-1 over Ryan Liederbach, 165. Eric Botro, thanks for the comment. We are currently in the top 16 of match play. This is game 2. So we got 8 players on the low end, 8 players on the high end.
What are you trying to do right now?
Just go back and forth between.
The trying to show you how to do it?
Yeah. All right. Switch back over to
the lower
the.
end? Right here.
It's got them all on the high end. All right. right, and a recap on the matches you're looking at here on the high-end stream. On the far left, got Chris Hartung and Harold Klakowski. That was Harold with the spare. Right here in front of you, you got Casey Cohagen versus Bryce Oliver. On the pair to the right of them, Cam Crow versus Kyle Pranger. And then to the far right on your screen, you've got Ryan Liederbach, Charlie Brown. What was the Cam Crow, Kyle score? Ooh, that is a Port Huron 4-house 4 count right there from Bryce Oliver. I believe that's actually the second one in that match. Casey had one too. All right, Wayne Peterson. We had Kyle Pranger 179, Cam Crow 173 the first game.
Need anything else? Any other scores? Need anything down there?
I had gotten all the ones on the low end.
It's a close game with Cam and Kyle right now.
Yeah, Cam and Kyle right now, at least on the high end, that's our closest match right now. On the low end, we had a couple of tight ones. On the low end in game one, you had Grandville and his opponent. Neither of them actually had a strike through the first 5 frames. And then both of them basically strung together a 6 or 7 bagger. All right, so Bryce, after the 4 count, comes back with a big strike. All right, on the far right, you got Charlie with another strike. Looks like he's got a little bit of a string going from where I'm sitting. And Kyle's just kind of struggling with his reaction right now. Mike Massberger, yes, this is live. We are at the 2025 Memorial Day Open at Station 300, sponsored by Brunswick Neutral. You're watching the live stream on Real Experience Bowling. We are currently in Game 2 of the round of 16. Switch back over to the low end here and give you the recap. On the far left, you've got Landon Jordan versus John Davis. Right in front of you there, we just watched Jeff Fair bowling against Matt Kuba. The stream just to the pair just to the right of them, you've got Ryan Lakota, Michael Davidson, and then out of view on the right, on the low end, you've got Graham Faw versus Mike Moore. Go check and see how it's wrapping up down on the low end. Yeah, there were a few closer matches down there.
Figure out what's going on from here.
Yeah, so the vlog, by the way, it's yeah, it's done. One, I could play this on when
You
it's
got
going.
Jeff with another high shot there on 9 and 10. He's actually gone high the last couple shots. That was the pair that I started on. And definitely lane 9 was a little bit tight down lane. So I'm wondering if Jeff maybe just feels like he's got to keep his break point a little bit further in. Maybe just can't quite trust it as far right. Or if it was just an execution thing. 3-6-10. That's a solid conversion right there. Saw a lot of those this week. We're going to work on getting some updates here. Connor is checking scores on the high end while you're watching some shots on the low end. Just on the right of your screen there, you saw Ryan Lakota with kind of a high trip 9-pin there. That's a good break. All right, getting some updates here from the fellows. We've got on the high end, Kyle Pranger was down by 6 after game 1. Cam Crow came back. He's got a big 4-bagger. Kyle's got a few opens. Charlie Brown was up by about 30, but Ryan was making a comeback, had a decent string of strikes there. Far left on the low end, you got Landon Jordan. Looks like he's trying a different ball, going to a Venom Shock. I believe he is going to be a winner there versus versus John Davis. Landon actually with a big comeback in round 1. He was down by about 40 pins with a 140 the first game. Made a big comeback for the win. Was tied after the first game in round 2 and then finished with a big 250 game. So he is definitely showing his form right now. All right, looks like we're getting some updates on the low end. Looks like Fa and Moore is pretty close. They're through about 8 frames on the low end. Looks like that match is going to come down to the 9th and 10th. Yep, final score there. Johnny Davis, second game, 213. Or Landon 213 to 190 over Johnny, the game 2. So Landon moves on. Theo's telling us that it looks like Michael Davidson's going to move on over Ryan Lakota. All right, let's flip over here and see where we're at on the high end for everyone. All right, so on the far left of your stream there on the high end, you got Harold Klakowski, our local Aquinas coach. It's down quite a bit, down 70 after the first game, but got a couple strikes going. You got Chris Hartung will be stepping up on that match. Bryce Oliver with the spare there. Bryce had a little bit of a cushion after the first game, but Cohagen is making up a few of those pins now. Ooh, on the far right there, you see Charlie Brown with a Brooklyn strike in his match. Rules say you got to take it. Bryce with a big strike. Kyle with a mark. Looks like Kyle Pranger is going to need some help there. Cam Crow is out in front in that match. All right, so Casey stepping up here. Depending on what he does in the 9th, 10th, he's going to make Bryce have to think about it. Ooh, moved in, went with a little loft. Big strike there. That gives Casey a max of 214 if he goes out in the 10th. Bryce Oliver has a max of 188 if he goes out in the 10th.
Super close on the low end.
All right, we're gonna watch Casey throw this shot and see what he does. Then we're gonna switch down to the low end. We got a tight mat coming down with Cuba Fair. Oh, big late trip there for Casey. That's a big shot.
So it's about even after being down 50 game 1.
So it looks like Cuba, who was down by about 50 in game 1, making a comeback. He's got it close here. Ooh, Jeff Fair creeps a little high, stuffs him back. Oh, we also got the update. Looks like Graham Faw is going to go down to Mike Moore. Go back to Casey here. Going with a big loft. Close. Light swisher 4-pin. It's just so hard with the loft. So hard with the pattern, the way it kind of broke down. Again, not a lot of front oil. A lot of loads in the speed bump a little further down lane. Just gets real speed and roll sensitive there. All right, so Casey finishes 203. Puts him at 378. I believe Bryce needs the first one in the 10th. Can't really see from here. I believe Bryce needs this one. Or at worst, a mark. Oh. Big 4, crept a little high there. Yeah. And gets none there. So that's going to be Casey Cohagen with a big rally there to finish. So Casey's going to move on over Bryce Oliver. We got Chris Hartung is going to be a winner over Harold Klakowski. Going to have Cam Crow over Kyle Pranger. And judging by the finish there, kind of tough to tell, but I'm going to guess that's Jeff Fair is a winner over Matt Kuba. So the only match that we've got going on here, still on the high end, just wrapping up, but that's going to be Cam Crow moving on over Kyle Pranger. Yeah. What about Charlie and Ryan? Yeah, I got a report from Connor there on the low end. Looked like Matt Kuba had an open in the 10th. Gave Jeff the cushion to come out with the win there. Charlie or Ryan? All right, and Connor's reporting. We got Charlie Brown moving on over Ryan Liederbach. So we'll get you an update on the bracket here, but let's give you a rundown of the top 16. Again, this is the 2025 Memorial Day Open at Station 300, sponsored by Brunswick, Neutral, live streaming here on Real Experience Ball Reviews. I'm Chad Reefer. It's Connor Pillmore. Adjust it. Yeah, how's the flow looking? All right, pretty good. All right, so recap the action on the low end. We had Jeff Fair over Matt Kuba, Landon Jordan over John Davis, Mike Moore over Graham Faw, Michael Davidson over Ryan Lakota. And then on the high-end matches, we had Cam Crow moving on versus Kyle Pranger. We had Charlie Brown over Ryan Liederbach, Chris Hartung over Harold Klakowski, and Casey Cohagen with a big late rally in Game 2. Comes back, and he knocks out Bryce Oliver. So that is the recap of the round of 16. Guys are going to move pairs around, get the bracket filled out, and we will get going here on the round of 8. So again, these guys are getting ready for the round of 8. We've got $10,000 top prize.
So unfortunately, we're having mic problems, so we're going to use one mic.
Share.
Yep, share that mic. If this is just kind of scoot back, maybe. Just go.
All right. We're here.
What's up, Brian Eaton?
How does that
Not
look?
much.
Does that look more-
We're live. We'll do it live.
We're live, yeah.
does that look better-ish?
It's just me, so it looks terrible. All right, now it's Brian. Now it looks
All
good.
right. All right.
All right.
Here we go.
So Brian.
Yeah.
Welcome to the stream, man. You've been
We're here.
doing a lot behind the scenes this year, I guess.
Yeah.
What how do you feel about the event? First year at Station 300?
I would count it down as a success for sure. I mean, new venue, you know, kind of letting Jeremy Bartz, Jason Butler take the reins on it, and they did a great job. You know,
Absolutely.
just kind of helped them out in the background with the pattern and just streamlining the signups for the bowlers and getting entries in. And yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
good. It's a good turnout.
I'd say I guess give some commentary on the pattern for this year. I guess little bit of background on what you guys did and what the guys are bowling on, and what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, so we try to get something similar to years past or the last couple years. You know, everyone knows it's going to be a challenging pattern. You know, a speed bump or two down lane kind of a thing. Obviously, topography here is quite a bit different than Spectrum, so that was a challenging part of it. Is like, how can we keep the scores similar to what bowlers saw there? So we toyed around with stuff and ended up finding something pretty similar to what we thought was over at Spectrum.
Yeah. Now, one of the neat things these guys have always done with this tournament, and no different this year, before the event, they always run quite a few sweepers to earn a spot. One of the changes it looked this year, it looked like they actually did some different versions of the pattern during the sweepers. Was
Yep.
that right?
Yep,
What
yeah.
what'd you guys see out of that to make this decision for what you use this time?
It was just kind of a lot of tweaking, you know, with oil in the fronts, how much we're putting down lane on that speed bump. We kind of found you can only make it so hard for a certain part of the lane. There's one certain side of the
Yeah.
lane. Obviously, that was tough. You know, trying to keep the scores low, not get too high, but still, you know, relatively scoreable.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, it's always kind of the characteristics of this event. You know they're going to be hard. You know the breakdown pair to pair is going to be tricky. It's really going to challenge patience, versatility, and what you got in the bag. This year is no different. And I think you see, you know, a nice variety in the styles, too. You got a few on the left, few on the right. I know in years past at the other location, it got to be a little bit of a lefty fest in certain years.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what do you think made it a little bit different this year to where it's a little more balanced right
So,
now?
I would
All right, bowlers, if you put
Partly,
your initials in again. Welcome to the
Bart's
final
done
eight.
talking here.
Yeah, jeez.
Is he done?
Your bidders are happy now.
All right. Yeah. So
If you have not, your eliminators, please go up
Come
to
on,
the bar
Bart.
and get your payouts.
yeah. So big thing like at Spectrum
Once
is
I see all
the track
8
was
lanes
just
have
so beat in on the right
initials, I
side,
can
so
start
everything
practice.
just gets clipped up. It stayed a lot nicer on the left side there. Here it was more the fronts.
Yeah.
Was challenging for the pattern. The fronts here just kind of blew up pretty quick. But when we were testing patterns out, the more we would put oil in the front, it just seemed like the scores got a little would just get higher on the left, but not any higher or lower on the right.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to try to balance it out. You don't want to just give one certain group a look and not the other.
All right.
You know, to keep it fair.
Good luck, everybody. Starting practice now.
So that was kind of the most challenging part of it. It's like, yeah, I would like there to be maybe if we could add a little bit more in the front, but that just made one particular side of the lane a lot easier than the other.
Yeah, that's a great point. So, again, for everyone checking in, make sure like the stream or drop a comment, share it to your pages. If you guys got a comment on somebody you want to see, your favorite pick, any questions about who's left, the pattern, anything like that, let us know. We're about to go into the round of 8. So again, this is the 2025 Memorial Day Open held at Station 300, sponsored by Neutral and Brunswick. You got myself, Chad Reefer, Brian Eaton, got Connor Pillmore.
Yeah, Connor and Theo doing a great job with all the content.
Thanks to
You know,
Theo
it's
and
always
everything he does with Real Experience Bowling, setting up both of those guys, setting up the stream. They've been doing a lot of videos, a lot of share stuff all weekend. So make sure to show those guys some love.
So we've got that stream, that top left stream should be Charlie Brown and Cam Crow now. Get your mouse over
Gotta
there.
chase my mouse. All right, so we'll give you a rundown of the streams here.
Directly behind them, or what? Move that to the right. Can't we kind of already doing that because we're gonna have?
I think this
I was hoping
Yeah.
to catch a good. I can straighten it up a little bit.
Yep.
more.
I mean, you can't see anything
Yeah,
down there, so
I'll
you might as well
show-
just try to put that straight behind them.
Yep, so this stream, we've got Cam
We're gonna
Crow,
have to
Charlie
switch to,
Brown.
full screen stream on the top left there. Oh, sorry.
Like this.
There you go.
Yeah, just move that to the other table. That's how that's open, and just stand it up higher on the tripod.
There you go. Now you guys don't have to look at us anymore. Did you a favor. So again, recap on the high end. You got Charlie Brown, Cam Crow. Off in the distance on the far right there on the high end, you're going to have Chris Hartung versus Casey Cohagen. And then let's give you a rundown of the low ends. You're going to have Mike Moore versus Michael Davidson. And then you've got Landon Jordan versus Jeff Fair. So again, on the low end here, on the left side of your stream, it's going to be Mike Moore, who just took out Graham Faw. He's going to be going against Michael Davidson. And then you've got Landon Jordan and Jeff Fair. They're going to be on the far right of your stream. Thank you. Do you think on your camera down there, can you turn it so they can at least see? Can they at least like turn it a little bit right so you can see that in the distance? Or are you gonna try to
Probably
focus
not.
on there? Okay.
I mean, you're asking for a lot. It's tough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're limited right now.
We'll just keep them updated
Alright.
on scores.
The next year, now that I know that like streaming cameras work fine, we'll just set up. We'll just use stream cameras.
Yeah.
Next time it'll be a lot easier. Same setup, just more Logitech cameras.
All right, so again, we are down to the top 8 right now. So this is actually the round where there's payouts for, I believe, the Calcutta starts
Yep.
paying out.
Yep.
Brian, were you here for the Calcutta last night?
I was.
What so for anybody who doesn't know, they run a Calcutta auction after the qualifying and the final countdown round, where basically bowlers or anybody has a chance to essentially buy a share of the bowler who's bowling in match play, and based on where they finish, it's kind of a separate tournament in itself. So it's kind of fun seeing people bid on their friends, bid on good bowlers, getting some deals on some players that maybe people don't quite know as well. Brian, how was the Calcutta last night?
I was good. We had a really good turnout. Probably, if I had to say, probably 40 people or so there. Did put up a little more money than last year. So obviously, more money is always good. Kind of some of the steals were, I think Michael Davidson went for $50 on there. So I don't know who got him, but that was a good pickup for sure.
Yeah, and I gotta imagine there were a lot of interested people in Grandville. I think he had a pretty big number on him there.
Yeah.
So Mike Moore playing a little spoiler there.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
Mike Moore, I don't, you know. Yeah, Mike went for a little bit, not as much as some of the other guys did though. You know, Jeff Fair went for 100, 120. They're about Charlie always, you know, kind of one of the local favorites like Chad here.
Yeah, somebody mistakenly spent $110 on Chad Reefer this year. That didn't play out so well. Connor's gonna have to move a couple of condos and maybe sell a couple more units. So again, this is now down to the top 8. So bowlers in this round, the winners moving on to the final 4. Losers of this round are going to take home $1,250 apiece, $1,250. So third and fourth place is $2,500, and then first and second are going to be bowling for $10,000 and $5,000. So pretty balanced payout there, Brian. You guys,
Yeah.
you guys have always done good. I guess and that kind of dates back to the previous version. I guess what led you guys to doing the prize fund the way that you do?
We just kind of based off of years past, and it just kind of, you got to guess on how many entries we're going to get. We were expecting, you know, probably a little bit lower turnout. Again, new venue. It's almost like starting over for the tournament. But I think we got it. I don't know what Bart's counted the Ironman entries are, but there was about, I think, a little over 600 total, which was a good turnout. You know, we saw a lot of local talent come out and bowl. A lot of guys, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, some guys as far as Florida, you know, coming up in bowl. You know, and it's always good to see those guys. You know, even like the some of the faithful groups from Ohio that come up every year made the trip back up. But yeah, we just try to have more even payouts kind of all the way down. So like if you were to buy the Ironman for 500, which allowed you to bowl all 11 squads if you chose to do so. If you make cut for the top 64, you're getting a minimum of $500 back.
Yeah, it's always, I mean, as a bowler in this event, it's a great thing. I mean, you know, you want to compete to win, you want to take home the title, the trophy, and the payday. But for those like myself who, you know, invest the weekend into bowling, don't have the travel expenses on my end being local, but still even to get knocked out the first round, you know, take home $500, you know, still a good payday. So what are your predictions here, Brian? What are you thinking for the round of 8 here. Got some interesting matches.
Right. I think this Charlie Brown and Cam Crow match is going to come down to the wire for sure. Two really good players. You know, one-handed righty, two-handed lefty. Obviously, they're both going to be attacking the lanes a little differently, but I think it's going to be interesting. They both kind of had looks all through match play here. Just kind of, hope. They both hope that they're going to get the right pair where it's, going to be a little more opened up on their side.
And Charlie, this will actually be, I'm not sure what his first round match was. This will actually be the 3rd lefty in a row that he's bowled. He took down Andre Gonzalez in the round of 32, and then he just took down Ryan Liederbach in the round of 16. So now he's got Cam Crow. So he is trying to take the reins for us righties.
He has gone through the two-handed lefty gauntlet today.
And if he gets past this one, he will have certainly earned his share. So, yeah, these two guys, great talent, great resumes. On the low end, Landon Jordan, anybody that's followed youth bowling and now the PBA, about as talented and as much of a resume as anybody that's left. Bowling Jeff Fair, who, again, great. He's out of Cincinnati area, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So.
So, Jeff, I think he's got at least a couple of titles out at USBC. He's got a few Eagles to his name. So you guys jump in the comments and let us know who you think's going to win. Let us know if you have any predictions. Make sure to give us a like, share the stream, show some love. So Charlie, I'll say, out of the righties, he's been the one that's probably had the most success in that zone to the right. Brian, to me, there's almost like 3 zones for the righties. You'll see like Landon Jordan last match, way in, shaping it. You see guys like Jeff Fair, who, play in that kind of in-between zone. And then Charlie's really the one that's kind of been ride or die out in the track area to the right. So
yeah, it's just kind of depending on what shape you want to see. Obviously, if you're playing a little bit further to the right, you want something that's going to pick up kind of before that speed bump there and get pointed to the pocket. But you obviously don't want something that's going to hook so much where it's going to hook as soon as it touches the lane and get offline for you. So it just kind of depends on their rev rate and ball speed, and their hand position at the bottom.
yeah,
Kind of what game they want to play.
yeah, and quite a few styles too. Looking down on the low end while we watch this match, Cam dance out an 8-pin there. We got Michael Davidson. Looks like he's using some speed. He's in a Venom Shock. Landon Jordan, he's still quite a ways in. To my eyes, it looks like he's shaping a Jackal Ghost. He went to that in the first round. I was on the pair next to him the first round. He definitely emptied the clip the first round and threw about everything he brought. All right, so Charlie trying to answer.
Yeah, it's looking like either the fronts or the mids are just kind of getting a little torch there on the right side. He's going to have to either make a ball change or pretty big move.
All right, Rachel, got your comment there. Is it possible to zoom in a little more? Unfortunately, we're having some camera issues. We haven't been able to really change much of the view, so we'll do our best to try to give you score updates as much as we can. Tony Maz, whoever wins this match will win the whole thing. Does that mean Charlie is buying the tacos El Cuñado before you guys bowl again on Tuesday next time? And then down on the high end, the Casey and Chris Hartung match. Doesn't look like a lot of strikes so far. Charlie can't quite get the trip on the 9. Maybe if he was two-handed, you know, he'd get a little bit of a trip.
Take some pointers from CB3.
Charlie the third would definitely have struck there. He would have carried that.
He still won't.
Don't be afraid to use your voice. You can hear it on the stream, but
Okay.
it could be a little bit louder.
All right.
Be able to adjust it slightly here too. Should help a little.
You can leave this off to the side on my pick. All right.
Let's see.
Cam with the spare there, so he's out to an early lead. Let's go down and check on the low end. See what we can see down there. Yeah, Davidson's kind of in that in-between zone that we were talking about. He's not really shaping it, but he's definitely using some of his speed. Chris Dewson, all sounds good, guys. Well, thanks for the tip. Remind me to pay you for that comment. Connor's going to go and try to get us some updates on what's going on. Ooh, back in front of us here, Cam with another messenger strike. Ooh, Michael Davidson just a bit outside.
Oh, 2 count. That's not the first one of the tournament.
Yeah.
Might not be the last.
Michael Davidson takes out the 6'9". Dang girl, he's so fine.
Charlie with a ball change down here on the high end.
All right, let's see if something tells me Michael's going to try not to go back through these again. Ah, it's an unfortunate break there. And there you see, like, just the effect of the speed bump and kind of the hang down lane. You need the speed up front to get it through the fronts. But if it's a touch right, or a little quick, like you saw Michael's shot, it just never slows down and it picks up speed. So it looks like Michael's kind of in that in-between zone too. You see pretty closed angles.
Yeah, it's just kind of the later in the day you kind of saw, especially later Sunday in the qualifying blocks, just the guys that could kind of trap that ball just kind of were able to get some of the hits that they needed.
All right, Rachel Velma, thanks for the comments. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's the first year that we've streamed it and done it here, so definitely learning a few things as we go. We'll try our best to give you score updates. Connor says that the Mike and Mike match, Mike Davidson and Mike Moore that you're looking at here, is about even through the first 5 frames. Oh, man, that's a tough break. You get the messenger to take out the 10, leave the 7. Nice shot there from Mike Moore. And right on cue, Cam Crow does just the opposite from the left side. Leaves the 10 and messengers the 7.
Charlie's still clean though, so he's still in the match.
About Jeff Landon.
I'll go. I get the picture of their score.
Probably one from behind by now, but that was Landon versus.
Oh, somebody had a 4 count there, and we missed it. You can definitely tell we're not in Port Huron. Nobody's yelling out 4. All right. So it looks like we got Landon up by a little bit through the start. Albert, we'll go and check on the Chris Hartung, Casey Cohagen match. Again, that's going to be on the far right of our stream here on the high end. Ooh, what'd you see there, Brian? Cam went a little high.
Yeah, either he just missed it right a little bit, or that ball, obviously throwing the urethane, it's just taking all that oil off the fronts and the mids there. It might have just caught something and took off on him. We'll see if he'll kind of get that signature, get the ball down lane.
Yeah, Cam, there's been a few matches that I've watched where he's gone with loft and hit. And with his rev rate in his hand, he definitely has the ability to get it to see the spot, even lofting it.
Oh, looks like Charlie ball changing a big move in here.
Yeah, Charlie's going a big zone change here. Down there on the high end, it looked like Casey Cohagen with a strike coming off of a split.
It's like,
there you go, Charlie with a ball change. Looked like from this distance, it might have been the new Evoke. But that's about as far left as I have seen Charlie all day long. It's about the first time he's gotten left of the 2-arrow. All right, Hartung splits the 8-9 down on 37 and 38. Yeah, Brandon Lowe, Bolin back in the early 90s. Bolin's making a comeback, though. The Station 300 here, they closed for the tournament, but they've turned quite a few people away for open bowling. So Station 300 definitely doing some good things, getting people out to watch. All right, let's see if Charlie can build off of it. It's a big double there. So that puts their max scores. Charlie max at 226. Cam max at 232. Down on the low end, I see Landon Jordan with a strike. Looks like Mike Moore with a strike as well. Cam goes a little light there. Kind of a weird breakup on the, it was a 3-9 and moved it offset a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
Why does Brian look like a Cabbage Patch Kid, huh, Jason Butler? I think you're one to comment on the way people look.
Wow.
Shout out to Justina Butler for putting up with Jason Butler. All right, so it looks like, according to Connor, we got Mike Moore with a lead through 8 frames, just through a double, going into the 10th. See, that's Cam coming off of the, went high on that lane last shot. Made a move and leaves a 6-pin again. Far right of the stream there, you got Casey Cohagen goes lights. Again, we'll keep working on getting you guys some score updates here as game 1 comes to a close. All right, So Cam with the strike gives him 211. Charlie with a double in the 10th here gets into the 220s. Ooh. And on the far right there, you had Casey. Looks like a misses a spare. Tough to tell. I think that's open in the 9th frame for Casey. You guys can hear the sound of those neutrals cracking open in the background. Again, big thanks to Neutral for sponsoring the event. All right, some more score updates going into the 10th. You got Landon Jordan's up by about 20 over Jeff Fair going into the 10th. Charlie splits the 8-9, big 3-bagger. So with decent count, that's going to put him in front of Cam. If he gets this one, it's going to give him about a 10, 15 pin cushion. If you guys just tuned in, Charlie made a big jump, probably about a 30 board move and a ball switch. I don't think he had been left of 10 all day long. And now he's here carving it at about 20, 25. Ooh, he likes it. Big kick on the 10. All right, so with that shot, that gets Charlie into the 220s. While he's wrapping up there, let's check in on the low end. Again, this match, you got Mike Moore. He's going against Michael Davidson. Ooh, Chris Hartung with a split in the 10th. Charlie, 7 on the fill, 223. So you got Charlie Brown's up 223, 211 over Cam Crow. Again, if anybody's just tuning in here, we are in the round of 8 at the 2025 Memorial Day Open. Just finishing up game 1 of the round of 8. Again, these are 2-game matches, total pinfall. Winners will move on to the final 4. Losers of this match will take home $1,250. Getting some score updates here. So we got Mike Moore is up over Michael Davidson, 215 to 193. It's like Landon Jordan's going to have a little cushion. He's going to be up after game 1. And then we got Charlie Brown is up over Cam Crow, 223, 211. What's that? All right, so Davidson opens with a strike there. Check out this shot from Mike Moore. All right, so Mike Moore matches with a strike to open. Go back here to the Charlie Cam matchup. Again, you can see Casey and Chris on the far right. Sounded like a little lower scoring in that one. So Casey's up.
Casey 177, Chris 149.
So Casey Cohagen 177, Chris Hartung 146 after game 1. Another one creeps high there for Charlie with the Greek church. Again, for everybody that's tuning in the stream, thank you. Be sure to give us a like, share it to your feeds, drop us a comment. If you got bowlers you're rooting on, scores you want to know, questions about the tournament or the pattern. Again, my name is Chad Reefer. Got Theo sitting here in the booth with me. Tournament director Jeremy Bartz. And we. Okay, thank you.
Got you. Yeah, because what we'll do is we'll have the PBA set up. We'll have the big lens.
All right, so it sounds like Landon Jordan's going to be up by about 20, 25 pins over Jeff Fair.
So talk to Connor about
So Brian K. Yeah, so it's 2-game total pinfall, no bonus pins. So thanks for the question there. Yeah, all the matches from the start to the finish are 2-game total pinfall, no bonus pins. Chris Easter. Nope, it is actually just 2-game total pinfall, not best out of 3. So every pin in these matches counts. 86 to 2. Okay, so it looks like you got Landon Jordan up by about 23 on Jeff Fair. Cam Crow with a big cover on the washout there. All right, so let's see what Charlie's going to do to answer here. Last couple shots went high. Coming off of the big ball change and the big jump. Splits the 8-9 there. Again, the pattern that we're bowling on is pretty flat. Decent amount of volume, but with these patterns, there is a lot less oil in the front. They have a lot more what they call speed bumps in the back. So it makes the ball kind of want to change direction, bleed off some energy. But it makes it pretty tricky and speed and direction sensitive down lane. See, Coach. Good ball, Harold. Nice parlay from the one gamer. About 15. I lost my first round. So yeah.
Did the same thing happen last year?
Last year I just did both good. This year I had a chance. I was down by, I think I was down by like 20 or 30. And at the end of the first game, or at the end of the second game, I had a 3-bagger going. I leave a shaker 10 in the 9th. If I carried that, I just All right. Cam answers with another strike there. So again, Cam, he was down 12 to Charlie after the first game, but he's made that up plus some so far. Down on the far right there, you got Chris Hartung. Mike Murray, is there just no sound on the microphone or no sound from the bowling alley? Ooh, just outside the stream, Lane and Jordan with a vicious 8-pin. Cam answers back with a strike. That was coming off of the lane where he had the washout that he covered.
how good this is. I mean, this is.
All right, so let's see here. So Charlie struck on this lane last shot. Ooh, all right, Charlie with a good hit there. All right, thanks, Mike. Sorry, we're can't be too terrible out here because we're right behind the action. So we'll do our best to keep you updated on everything. All right, checking in on the low end. It's always hard to tell if Michael Davidson is walking back from a flush shot or one that he didn't like. Right in front of us here off stream, he had Charlie trying to string a strike with a flat 10. A little late for St. Flatrick today. Davidson asks for it to push, gets the hold, 10 back. To the right of you on the low end, Landon Jordan goes solid 8, goes kind of high half 6 pin. Couple of spares for him. So definitely see the guys on the low end playing a little bit more of the in-between zone. They're not quite as far left. See Jeff Fair with a nice strike. Mike Moore, high flush strike. Another report from the high end. Sounds like Casey Cohagen. He's made some nice moves. He's kind of taken a little bit more control of his match against Chris Hartong. Chris with another split there, too, down on a high end. All right, we'll see what Mike Moore does here. Ooh, Mike splits the 8-9 again. Those are about 2 shots as good as you can imagine in a row right there. And just outside of the stream there on the low end, Jeff Fair coming off of a strike, goes high, leaves 3-6-10. Get back just in time. Charlie splits the 8-9. He has got the right lane on lockdown. He needs to slide into the DMs on the left lane here.
In the DMs.
You definitely can hear you on the stream, but
I just turn you up
You
a
gotta
little
turn
bit.
it up.
I just turn you up, so you can.
All right. Theo and Connor said we're cranking it up to 11 here. Ooh, little high with a 4-pin. Mike Murray. Nope. Tyler Ring is out. I believe he got knocked out in the round of 32. And Austin, the Chris Hartung match, which is on the far right of the high-end stream you're looking at here. Casey looks like he's in control of that match over Chris Hartung right now. I see a couple strikes up for Casey. Chris comes back with a strike there, but he's probably going to have to do a lot of work. He's going to probably have to give Casey a lot of neutrals to knock him off his game to finish this one out. Cam with another strike. That gives him a double. Max score in that one. Cam, if he gets them all 9th and 10th frame, he's looking at a max score 255. Charlie would have a max score with the last 4 in a row for 202. Charlie had a 12-pin lead going into this one, and Cam has made that up plus some. Oh, Cam with a big strike there. Big 3-bagger. That's going to be just about it for this match. Let's see. Again, it was a great run for Charlie to make the finish that he did to get lined up. Right lane's been his good lane here. Late trip on the 4-pin. Might be a little too late there in that match, though. Charlie needs all 3 of these, plus the unlimited 10th frame.
Man, the myth, the legend, Cam Crow.
And Cam Crow is actually going to come back here and comment his own match, I think, right now. Yeah, Cam needed a victory lap. And Charlie, I think his favorite race car driver after that shot is Danica Flatrick. And that's going to do it for him. Left lane left him unread that whole game. Cam's going to move on. We're going to get back down to the low end here. Got some mic on mic action now. Tom Stickrow. Charlie needs a hug after that shot. I think he needs a lot more than a hug. So we'll try to get you some score updates here.
Shirt, the contrasting. Tough.
Davidson, light swisher, gets a hit. And Charlie with another 10-pin on the fill, so he does not activate the unlimited 10th frame. That's going to be it for him. All right, so this is our closest match right now. Sounds like we got Mike Moore and Mike Davidson, maybe separated by just a couple.
Tied right now, but one of them has a double, one of them has a spare.
That's fine. Just go to remove.
Davidson with another strike there. That's a big double for him.
So they both strike out. I believe Moore wins by 2 picks.
All right, so I believe if Moore strikes out here in the 9th and 10th, he would get it by a couple, so he's in control of this one. Thinking Landon Jordan looks like he's going to be in good shape.
It's fairly close. Landon's got
Cameron doesn't even wear a jersey.
Yeah, Tom Stickrow. Yeah, I don't think Charlie needs a neutral, but taking home a $1,200 paycheck, maybe maybe he can buy a round of neutrals for everybody that's still around here. All right, so we're going to have Casey Cohagen. He's going to take down Chris Hartung. Good run for Chris, though. He's a good guy. I know him through Motive Staff. I Actually, recently came back on to Motive staff after a quick hiatus there for a couple days. So really enjoyed talking to him. Got to meet him for the first time on Friday night. He bowled next or near me during my session. So we had a good talk about the equipment and just kind of a good talk about bowling in general. Good guy. Chris Easter. Chris, yes. Mike Davidson, he does bowl on tour. He actually had a big round earlier this year at the Delaware Classic. I believe he set a qualifying record. So Mike Moore with another strike there. Nick Rinaldi, we are watching the last game of the top 8 from the Memorial Day Open at Station 300 in Grandville, Michigan. Tournament sponsored by Neutral, Brunswick. You're listening to the stream here on Real Experience Bowling. So again, drop us a comment, gives us a thumbs up on the feed. Share it to your feeds as well. Do us all a favor. All right, so more here. Coming off the victory against Grandville, believe he's got a chance to close out Michael Davidson. Another big strike. Big shots for Mike Moore. So it's looking like Landon Jordan is going to move on against Jeff Fair. Again, this is the round of 8. This is to move on to the final 4. After this one closes off, we are going to take a little break to move cameras and re-oil. So Moore steps up. Gets a strike. That's a huge finish. Fist pump there. And that shuts out Mike Davidson, it looks like. So that looks like that's going to be a winner in that matchup. Ooh, Michael Davidson with a 5-pin. We got a 5-pin alert sponsored by Neutral. Get your fingers up in the air. We got a lot of neutrals coming here. Oh, Davidson misses the 5-pin. Neutrals. Neutrals for everyone. All right, so that's gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, figure out the camera situation.
Yeah, so I think that's gonna wrap us up here
Let's move this one
in the broadcast booth.
Oh, because there's a final
there's
four,
only
right?
one pair between them.
Okay,
so
so that one's good, right? Do me a favor, can you move this one over here? I have to finish editing this photo.
Do you guys want to shut the stream
What do we
off while
want?
they move? 'Cause I think it's
You
gonna,
wanna do
he said it's gonna be
broadcast
like a half hour.
Honestly,
some interviews with people.
do interviews with people.
You want to take a break? What do you want to do?
I'm good right now.
We'll get you some people to interview.
Yeah, get
Okay.
some interview in the booth here so we can, you guys can talk to whoever. So Connor, that camera's good though?
All right.
Well, we
So
got
we're
more
gonna
Move it this way?
switch back to the
gonna
broadcast
be-
It's
booth.
gonna be 21 through 26.
Back in the booth.
No, not 21 to 26.
Yeah.
23,
What's up,
24 will be
guys?
fine.
Right, but so for this,
You
next
have
match-
the.
Should be 25 and 26, right? It's not.
So
Look at the page.
I think they're using 19 through 26.
they're using. It's gonna be 21 and 22 and 25, 26.
Okay. And then
So
finals
that
on.
camera should be able to capture both pairs going, and then we can just we gotta decide what we want to do with the other one. We can either put it up on scores, which we probably only pick one, or we can do it from down lane. Which
I would like to do it down. Like we might as well use down lane now. We could always, but that's a pain because
Or-
the only one to really
Or
have
can
that.
you, or any way you can zoom in on scores to get it, or is that too out of
Like,
focus?
we could
Yeah, you can do that, and it can crop it. You can literally have the score. You can have the score at the top, kind of like
we
that.
could. Even though we can't.
No, because you have two different things.
Yeah.
Tom, I don't know if I'm going to stay here for commentary. It depends if you're coming down and buying neutrals for everyone. So,
Davison.
All right. so again, we're back in the booth. So round of 8 actions done. You have Mike Moore over Mike Davidson. You have Landon Jordan over Jeff Fair. You had Cam Crow knocking out Charlie Brown. And then you had Casey Cohagen over Chris Hartung. So we're going to take a break in the bowling action here.
I know that we're gonna
They're going to oil for the final four.
use the A7C. Honest, it's funny because I mean you're freaking camera.
So what they're actually going to do is they are going to oil for the final four. They oiled them all this morning. A little different from previous years. Instead of just leaving it out and bowling on a pair that's been sitting for a while, they are going to give these guys a fresh oiled pair. So that should cut out some of the variables from previous years.
I'm wondering, I need to like physically walk down all the way down there with this and see what this looks like.
All right, boys, our about 25-minute break while our
This is gonna be more zoom. This
great
might look better.
mechanical area oils 19 to 26.
You know what I'm talking about?
We're gonna either have Chad do some interviews or
If you
I'll probably
had
do that.
retail credit person and they please come up here to get paid.
somebody.
Get some of the people that were just defeated, maybe, or the winners. Anybody, just get some.
We have
bowlers.
25 minutes. We'll redo the live stream and then we'll be good to go.
Hey, Cam, got a minute?
Yeah. My man.
All right. We're going to get a couple interviews
Hey,
here.
fire
So
photos for you too,
I'm
bro. Look at
sweating. Hold on, let me put a jacket on.
this guy.
Gotta look professional. Jeez.
the one and only Cam Crow, everybody. All right.
Cam
So
Crow.
Tim, our final four pairings. Good call here. Let me take a look at the bracket. So I believe that will be Cam Crow and Casey Cohagen. So then on what's that? Casey lost? Oh, Chris.
Casey doesn't have a shirt on anymore. Casey Pretty sure Chris lost. Yeah, did he? Chris still
I don't know. Give us a second here. We're gonna check it. We might have some conflicting reports here on one side of the bracket.
Casey doesn't have.
Just go. I'm gonna check on that. So I might have actually had it wrong. If I had it wrong, big apologies to any fans that I might have had that wrong on here. So Tim, we're gonna check on that. In the meantime, I don't even need to talk. I can just let this guy go on.
Nah,
So,
no, I got it all out.
so Cam,
What's up, everybody?
man, phenomenal match, dude. What got a little over under there at the end of the first game. What changed for you the second game?
So what I'm seeing is I'm trying to use that early hook, obviously, throwing that urethane ball, especially when there's a speed bump out there. You want to get it to where it hooks before the speed bump, so you don't have to worry about it. I just got carried away a little bit, started throwing it a little hard. Didn't see my ball do the right thing, so tried to over adjust and a couple bad shots right there, and Charlie took advantage of it as a good bowler he is, great bowler he is. And I knew the second game I just had to put it on him because I know Charlie's one of the best bowlers I've ever met. So I was just trying to make good shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, a couple of these matches, we didn't see it in that one, but I saw you on a couple of the other matches as I was walking around. A couple of them where it looked like you went with a little bit of a loft.
Yeah.
I guess what made you see that, or what happens when you do that, and maybe what didn't you see to keep you from doing that this match?
When the ball is burning up too much in the front, or when the ball's hooking too much in the front, you can't really use it. I didn't really like any of my other balls, reactive balls, so I just said I'm going to stick with the urethane. And my trick for years has been when it hooks swirly, you get over the fronts and try to overpower the lane. Fortunately for those matches, I got away with it and it worked. The right didn't look very good on those either, so I was just saying make some spares and throw a couple doubles and we'll be okay. But this match had a little better ball reaction than before and took advantage.
Yeah. So a little bit different from last year. So last year we had a all left-handed top four.
Yeah.
This year you're the last hope on the left. I guess tell me what you feel about that. So
man, I mean, just fortunate on the people that breaks that I've caught. Not the people that I've caught great bowlers. Everybody here who made the top 64 has been bowling great. So just some fortunate breaks that I caught. Just take advantage. You know, any bowling go either way, either day. So you just want to take advantage of when you have it.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, any shout outs, anything, any people we want to give some love to, anything you want to shout out before you get started here?
I mean, you already know, shout out my sponsors. Shout out DV8. I know I'm wearing the Hammer logo, but it's part of the Brunswick brand. Shout out DV8. Shout out my boy Mike Dole, Mike Wolf. Shout out my boy
This
Skip
guy's so
Johnson.
cool over here.
That boy.
Yeah.
Mama, there go that man. Shout out Stuart Scott. Shout out my parents. They're not watching yet, but they will be. So when they watch this back.
All right.
CNN Pro Shop down in Louisville. Brian Kennedy and them boys.
All right.
Everybody else. Who else? Vice, Cecil, of course. And shout out that Purple Hammer.
All right. Cam Crow handling a champ. Cool as the other side of the pillow.
Ooh,
So.
come on, Stuart.
All right, man.
All right, baby.
All right. Good luck.
Let's go
We'll be
do it.
watching, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So that was Cam. One of your final four coming up.
Casey won.
Okay. So Casey did win over Chris there. Didn't want to jeopardize my journalistic credibility in my first live stream here. So yeah, you can't jeopardize what you don't have. So so Tim, to finish up the thought there, it's going to be Landon Jordan versus Mike Moore on that side of the bracket. And then you're going to have Cam Crow versus Casey Cohagen on the right. Got my assistant here. All right, we're gonna see if we can get some other interviews, get some other people brought in here a second. So
I don't see nobody over here. Do you want Landon? I can ask Landon.
if you want to.
Never mind, just walk away.
Okay. Chris Hartong, man,
Oh, hey.
welcome to the
How you doing?
stream. So, Chris, man, looked like I didn't get to see all of the scores down there, but great run, great bowling, top
Thank you.
eight.
Thank you.
So this is the first time you bowled this event?
Second time.
Second time? Okay.
First time here.
Okay. Yep. So awesome. Tough match against Casey, I guess. Tell us what happened there.
I got trapped. I moved right after the last match, and I just didn't have a ball that would shape right. It was too early or too late down lane. I just ran into a brick wall. I mean, that pair was tough for both of us. So
Yeah, what pair did you just get off of? That was it 39 and 40?
37.
37 and 8?
Yep.
Okay. Now you went from being kind of in front of our stream to further down the high end. I guess,
Yeah.
what did you see? What was the biggest difference from where you're at to where you moved down there?
Down here, I had a little more. It was a little cleaner. The friction was really early down there on the right, or the high end of the house. There's a little cleaner here. I could get the ball through the front and the middle part of the lane, and it would shape. And down there, it would read so early, and then kind of die out as it got down the lane. So
Yeah.
I got trapped. I tried 2 or 3 different balls. Couldn't get anything to read the lane right. So
Yeah, it's hard. It to my eyes, it looked like on the right side there were about 3 different zones you could be in, and a few of them had that look way in. You had a couple games where you were shaping it from pretty
Yeah.
far in, looked good. You had a close match here for a while with somebody playing a little straighter. But you, I mean, as a regional player, you bowl on a lot of different patterns. I guess what was your feedback on this pattern versus what you see when you're out there bowling regionals and stuff?
there are a lot of different angles that you can get to on this pattern, but shot making is very critical. You have a board left or a board right, and if you're not good on your angle and your wrist position, you're gonna struggle.
Yeah.
You're gonna struggle.
Yeah. What and then you bowled the Ironman, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
How many games did you get in this weekend? Did you get your money's worth on the Ironman?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I probably got at least, let's see, probably 20 games, at least 20, 24 games.
How's the arm and the shoulder feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
All right. Ready to go
Yeah,
again?
Just got to eat bananas and load up on
Yeah.
some stuff's not going to cramp me up.
Yeah. So what was in the bag this weekend? What balls worked the best, and what were you throwing out there? Cam had a pretty easy interview with his, not too much there. So tell us about what you were using and what looked good for you, what worked for you.
The Jackal Onyx and the Black Venom. Then in match play, the Lethal Venom for at least a couple matches looked really good when I moved right. Those were the three balls that looked the best for me overall.
Yeah. I guess last thing, any shout outs, anybody you want to give some love to, anything else you want to say for us?
I just want to say thanks to my wife for always supporting me through all the good times and bad times. Also, Motive, thank you for allowing me to represent you guys. Bolify, and last, Turbo. Thank you guys for allowing me to represent you and have a great time out here. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Awesome, Chris. Well, hey, earlier I gave you a shout out. I could say the same thing while you're standing here. It was great finally meeting you in person. We've crossed with each other a lot on Facebook, and we've both been on Motive for quite a while. So yeah, great meeting you in person. Awesome guy. Great to cross with you and see what you did.
I
So
appreciate it, man.
tough
Thank you
loss,
so
but
much.
good bowling.
You too, man.
And
Nice
go
to
get
meet
some
you.
of this guy's money.
All right, thank you.
All right, so that was Chris Hartung. He just came off of a tough loss in the round of 8 against Casey Cohagen. All right, a couple comments here. All right, so Donnell Jones, who's all still in the bracket. So we are going to be down to the top 4, and we are going to have Mike Moore versus Landon Jordan. And then we are going to have Cam Crow bowling against Casey Cohagen. So the winners will move on to the finals. Losers of this round will take home $2,500. And I am Chad Reefer. We are at Station 300 in Grandville. So make sure to give us a like. Share our stream to your feeds. Drop a comment if you got any questions. Anything else you want to know. If you want me to stop talking, you can do that too.
If you want to take a break, or you can hit that stream.
Should
It'll
go have.
it'll show the finals.
Yeah. Should grab. Shout at him. See if he wants to come in a
tried,
second.
He was not
Okay.
feeling it. So if you want to take a break or something, throw that up. You can. Me?
All right, we'll give you a look at him getting set up for the live stream here. So again, they're going to be using 21 through 26 for the finals. All right, Albert with a prediction. Landon Jordan versus Cam for the final. We'll see if it holds true. So again, this is the Memorial Day Open from Station 300 in Grandville. Big shout out to some awesome sponsors with Neutral stepping up to kick in for the grand prize here. Guys are going to be bowling for $10K first place. Brunswick sponsoring the event with the ball raffle, which goes to the prize fund. And then, yeah, first time host, Station 300. Hey, Mike, good bowling. You want to talk? You want to talk on the stream a quick second? All right. We're going to see if we can snag a couple more interviews while they're still oiling and getting ready here. Oh, we got a couple Landon Jordan predictions here. A little bit of a recap. So going back to even Landon, he had to sweat out his first round matchup. He was down by about 40 pins to Alex Langford in game 1 and made a big move. Landon actually came back and ended up winning versus Alex. I think he threw the last 6 out of the last 7 and ended up beating Alex Langford 364 to 361 the first round. So he kind of had to sweat that one out. And since then, he has been a snowball rolling downhill, picking up momentum. I think he won round of 32. I think he shot about 480. Round of 8, I think he was in the high 400s as well. So he's definitely picking up momentum. But as you guys see, the oiler, it's going to be going back onto the fresh. So, all right, so I'm going to switch you back to the broadcast booth because we are joined here by Mike Moore. He's going to be one of our Final Four bowlers.
Sir.
Mike, phenomenal bowling so far, man.
Yeah, man, thank
Great
you.
work, great run.
Thank you.
What's working for you?
Well, first match with 4 on a pair. I had 3 right-handed two-handers. So the middle of the lane got pretty torched, and I had a pin in the palm theorem, track theorem, that was gave me a little bit of hold when the fronts were going. Squeaked by there with 390 to 380. And then my second match, Luke didn't really have a look on one lane, and I just kept it safe and tried to just hit the 1-3. And again, another 390 to 340, 350. And then Graham, that match was pretty fun. Doubled in the 10th, shut him out.
Yeah.
Kept it close. Doubled in the 10th the first game. To be up by 5. It was just a pure great match. I really liked it.
Yeah, I mean, even coming down the 10th frame, the last match too. I mean, you've had 2 matches where, I mean, geez, just some clutch performances to finish out the game.
Yeah.
I guess when you get in those types of zones, I guess what's your process? What are you thinking? What are you feeling when it gets into clutch time like that?
Stereotypical pre-shot routine. Just looking at the lane, visualizing it going down the lane the way you want it to. My biggest thing the last 2 matches when it came down to doubling in the 10th was just turn my brain off. Just like let your body do its thing and don't get in the way of it and just fire it, be aggressive and don't feel like you can second chance it. Don't feel bad about it. So I did that and it went my way. Pins fell. Threw good ones and moving on.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's great advice, and and even going through some of your matches, I mean, it just kind of speaks volume to, you have to take what they give you, and that's the biggest thing. Watching you find that right zone,
Right.
It just really helps you kind of control the pocket and the motion.
Yeah,
So
knowing your equipment, going from pair to pair where you're following two-handers nowadays with a whole bunch of rev rate, really paying attention how the ball goes to the pins and deciding on something before you throw the shot and executing and trusting it. So like the match against Graham, I threw a special effect that I didn't throw all weekend. And it looked good. I mean, we both struggled the first half of the first game, and then we kind of locked in. And that ball gave me the look where the theorem and the GB5 Pearl was just too clean. And so then I go down to Mike David's on the low end where they hook more. The fronts are just way earlier. And I haven't thrown the GB5 all that much. And I just committed to it. And I'm on the winning side. So keep moving on.
yeah, so got a round of 4 matchup versus Landon Jordan coming up.
Yep.
Going back to the fresh.
Yep.
I guess what's the game plan? What are you thinking going into this match?
I have a stealth mode with some surface. I'm going to see if that looks any good. Honestly, the pin palm theorem looks good on fresh too because it slows down enough, but it just doesn't overhook. It just gives me front to back really well. So we're going to try that. If not, I'm open to anything in my bag that looks good. I'm not afraid to go to something I haven't thrown all weekend. I'm not that way.
Okay.
Everything. So
Awesome. Well, I'll let you get to it here.
Okay.
I guess before you get going, any shout outs you want to give? Anyone you want to give love to? Anybody you want to throw some shout outs?
yeah, I want to say hi to my wife Lily in Orlando, Allison and John and Carlos Granados. He works for me. He's watching. Appreciate the support, and hopefully I can bring home the win to Orlando.
All right.
Cool.
Well, Mike, thanks for bowling. Good
Okay.
luck.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
All right, so that was Mike Moore. So it's one of your semifinalists. He will actually be going against Landon Jordan, like we said. Yeah, it's actually the first time I've watched Mike
All right,
bowl.
just now the 5-minute countdown will be starting at 2:35. It looks like.
All right, so you heard the announcement.
Thanks, Keith, for your
So
patience.
about
Like,
5 more minutes or so
You guys will like that too.
until these guys get going.
Check out that one camera view.
All right, looks like we're getting all set up here. We're gonna
How did he do it?
we're gonna check the stream. It's over here. I got it.
Go to broadcast overlay. Okay, I don't know where the other one is. Go to broadcast booth. Okay, full screen stream. Well, okay, well, what I'm saying is I'm trying to get the one that's down there.
Okay.
Except Connor do it. She's the Discord man over here.
All right. So again, we are in a few minutes. We are going to be starting up the final 4 matchups here at the Memorial Day Open. We are at Station 300 in Grandville.
That camera, how do you get that?
First year that it's been hosted here. Previously, we were at Spectrum Lanes. We're very thankful for Neutral being our lead sponsor here. Let these guys bowl for some good money. $10,000 on the line for first place. Also thanks to Brunswick for sponsoring the ball raffle. And then you guys are watching the stream on Real Experience Ball Reviews. So make sure to give us a like, give us a share, drop a comment. Everything helps. So thank you guys for tuning in. A couple more comments here. So, Chad, what were you throwing today? I was not throwing strike balls is what I needed to be throwing. So I had a close matchup. I lost my first round matchup, probably by about 15 pins or so. Started off with a sanded Evoke, which is what I used for qualifying, had a good look. But as I expected, it played different with a different cross that I was on. I ended up getting into a Primal Rage. Had a good look when I made the switch. Unfortunately, just didn't quite get the hits, and my spare game let me down a little bit. So I lost a close one to John Davis, which props to him. He made a nice run. Ended up, I believe, in the final or top 16. So... All right, for those catching up, we're going to be coming into the top 4. Again, once they get going for practice here, we are going to have Landon Jordan versus Mike Moore. And then on the other side of the bracket, we are going to have Cam Crow versus Casey Cohagen. And this is going to be back on fresh oil again, too. Another change from what they did previous years. They used to oil the whole house and then leave the championship pair patterns to set, which was always kind of a little bit of a wild card. Now, I never made it that far to where I had to deal with it, but it always seemed to just make things kind of hit and miss. You get that oil pattern that just sits around for a couple hours, breaks down and does some kind of strange things. So tournament director Jeremy Bartz, they busted out the lane machine, reran them here. They made that announcement going into today. So we knew that going in that there was going to be a little break, but give these guys a fresh pattern, try to eliminate as many variables as they can, and just really come down to who's going to bowl and perform the best. Then I'm joined here in the booth by the hardest working man in bowling these days, Theo Johnson. Theo, man, you're first year being at Station 300 and being involved like you are, man. What's I guess what do you have to say about the tournament?
Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Chad. So far so good. Really excited to be here. They're actually going to be starting here in a second. But yeah, I mean, for it to come here and for them to ask us to be, the main kind of stream and the live stream and the video and audio work, that was awesome. Great ask from the bowling community. So I'm just excited. And if I'm losing my words, it's because I'm editing photos. I'm literally editing content right now as we speak. So I do a lot of editing, a lot of photo work. But really excited, and I really thank Team Rex. I mean, you guys are here to help. I mean, that's what Team Rex is all about. So yeah, just really happy with everything. So it's been a great weekend so far. I did not bowl. I was the man behind the camera. I watched this guy over here do pretty well in qualifying, have a good run. Always support Mr. Chad. Yeah, things are great, man. Thanks for asking. So.
All right, so that was the man that really doesn't need any introduction. That was Theo Johnson, Mr. Rex, Mr. Real Experience. So if you guys like what you see here, check out, give us a like and a subscribe. We're on all your social platforms and YouTube. Real Experience Bowling, Real Experience Ball Reviews. We try to give you just a lot of open, honest reviews from real bowlers. That's who we are. But we try to cover all brands here. So myself and Theo, you'll see a lot of the newest Motive stuff. Real Experience Bowling. Got Eric Harmson doing a lot of the stuff from the Brunswick brands. David Northhouse with a lot of stuff from Storm. Tips, techniques.
All right, boys, thanks a lot for coming. Final Four time. Live stream is available on YouTube and Facebook. Spread the word. There will be commentary. We also have a new camera angle, which is facing towards the crowd. So everyone wants to be on, not by me, but towards the bar. You'll be in the video. Again, thanks to Neutral for giving us the first place guarantee of $10,000. The winner has that nice little trophy between those two Neutral cans. Nice product placement. All right, enough talking.
Is there a way to see the pin?
Practice is starting now, guys.
Yeah, we just switch back to the stream. Switch back to this stream.
All right, so let's get her done here. Let's check it out.
Talking, so like I was trying to do this, I just couldn't even focus.
All right, so you heard the announcement there. So it looks like these guys got 5 minutes of practice. So jump in the comments. I guess everybody give us a prediction of what you think we're gonna see. Chad and Theo collaboration, one hand versus two hand. We've done a couple of those.
Yeah, we gotta do more of those.
Yeah, we had a good Primal Rage Evolution bowl off. We won't talk about how that one turned out.
Yeah, I do both. Yeah, I might be going back to one-handed though.
Oh,
Yeah.
one-handers.
So Tom's prediction here: Mike Moore versus Cam Crow. Okay.
No, Emily bowled against you in
Cam won last year, right?
regional there.
Cam won last year against you.
Yeah, and that's right. And Cam, actually, as a reminder, Theo let me know, Cam is the defending champ of this event, actually. Yeah, if I need one, I'll let Brian know. Yeah, we're joined here. We got Brian Eaton and what's that? Is that Bryce Harper out there watching the action? Let's tune in. Let's see what we got here. Oh, there we go. Actually, that's Corey Roloffs, Bass Pro Shop staffer. All right, so let's give you a rundown of what we're going to have for camera angles. So we got our down lane angle looking here at our two pairs. Got Theo and Connor did a lot of work getting the camera set up for the stream. They were doing all the hard work while y'all had to listen to me ramble on. Oh, we're getting a couple votes for Cam here to see what the looks are like. Now, again, as a reminder to everybody, this is back on fresh. So coming off the burn, Cam had a pretty strong finish there to close out Charlie Brown. But this is kind of the wild card, going back on the fresh oil again. Yeah, Cam was here. We talked about that earlier. So Connor made the point. Cam being the last left-hander standing. Quite a big difference from last year where the Final Four was all left-handers. Last year it was Cam. We had Grandville, Anthony Nyer, and Justin Knowles were the top 4 last year. So we got a good mix of one-handers and two-handers, and then the one lefty. A couple more votes in the chat for Cam Crow. Yeah, we need the Casey Cohagen crew out there in Streamland to chime in. I think Casey Cohagen needs some votes and some love. Tyler Armour with the black cloud on Mike Moore. Actually got to talk with Mike. If you guys go back through the stream and check it out, had a nice interview with him. That's the first time I've gotten to meet him and talk with him. Again, a little bit of a tournament recap. Mike Moore had a big closeout the last couple of matches. Had a big finish there to get past Grandville, and then followed that up with another big closeout to finish out Michael Davidson, up from Florida to bowl this event. So Mike Moore hasn't been in some high-scoring matches, but he's just kind of taken what the pattern has given him, and he showed up when he had to. He kind of talked about his process when he was here, so it's really cool to hear him. Yeah, Mike Calhoun, you're right. Yeah, I really like talking with Mike. Seemed like a good guy.
Mike Calhoun.
What up, Mike? What's going on, bro?
Mike Calhoun, or as he's also known as, Brent's dad. All right. All right, so a couple of shots that crept a little high for the guys here. Landon with a 4-pin, Casey with the 3, 6, 7, 10. So again, back on fresh here. It'll be interesting to see if the guys are able to break it down, especially Casey's pair being the only righty. Tended to be a little flatter on the fresh. Big spare there.
They're not as pretty as me. You don't have a single foot in me, do you?
Mike Moore, another big strike there. He's playing kind of a closer angle. Velma, yes, this is Grandville, Michigan at Station 300. First time host for the Memorial Day Open. New venue this year. Guys did a phenomenal job. Cam riding that riding that purple hammer horse till it bucks him. Jeremy Bartz tried to take away the purple hammer look. He unsuccessfully attempted to do so.
When he takes it past the arrow, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, Cam was in here actually talking about that earlier, some of the pairs where he would see some of the early hook or needed it to shape a little more. He's got a lot of tricks. A little bit in. Big 4 there. Let's see what Landon can do coming off of the 4-pin. And he trips a 4-pin. The Dombrowski special. All right. All right, so let's watch Casey coming up here on the right lane. His first shot over here. Oh, there you go. Snaps the 10 out.
We can make it so it's snapped.
Landon gets the messenger on the 10.
Now show the front part of the lane.
All right, we're going to see if we can get a... Lost my mouse here, everybody. Hold on. All right, so let's see if we can do this here. So Casey's going to step up on the left lane. Struck on the right, 3-6-10 on this left lane last time.
Takes a while.
10 back.
Oh, it's 100 mil. We can lower that even more. Just make it.
Put down 0.
All right, Mike Moore coming up again. Little light, kind of a good break leaving just the 8-pin there. Wasn't quite as square up the lane as what his last shot was. So you see, you kind of catch that fresh speed bump. Never quite slowed down. Cam just throwing darts again. Mike with a spare, cleans it up. Yeah, Chris lost in the round of 8. Good round though, Chris. Good bowling, tough match. That was definitely a disaster pair down there. All right, let's see what Cam can do here. There you go, a high flush again. So Cam answers Casey's double with a double of his own. All right. So Mike coming up. Oh, he stepped off of it. A little bit in. Greek Church.
I mean, can you do it? Can you do it? Or no? Is that a thing you can do?
We'd have to pop one out and put it on this screen. And then we have to switch between these two. So I'd have to
Ooh,
see.
Casey just a bit outside again. And it really doesn't take much. I mean, that miss up front. Ooh, Moore gets 4 on the Greek Church. I mean, that miss up front by Casey, it's not that far off target. But with it being fresh, with the speed bump and the extra loads at the back of the pattern, that ball just picked up a lot of speed. All right, solid cover there on the 3 count. Lost a little bit of counts, but he stays clean. Landon. Ooh, late trip on the 10. Got a little neutral knockdown on that 10-pin late. right, so again, we are at Station 300 in Grandville, the 2025 Memorial Day Open, live in the Final Four. Casey Cohagen comes up. Take our word for it, it was pretty good. Just said battery is running low.
Why is that running low? That means that something is not plugged in.
All right, we're fixing a couple cameras here. Sorry, guys. Ooh, Cam Crow with the jump shot. Late trip on the 6. Cam Crow with so much energy, he drained the battery down on that laptop. Landon with a solid cover on the 3-6-10. Trip at that time. Oh, give him his hits. Hey, see, he's flaring the elbow out a little bit, so just looks like they're a little bit in. Again, we're back on fresh oil, so it hasn't really developed yet. Guys got 5 minutes of practice on the fresh oil here. So Cam with the spare shot. Solid cover on the 6-pin. Mike Moore goes a little high, leaves a 6-10. Guys, real solid balance all day long. All right, so Casey's got a chance to come up here again. Coming off of the 3 count. Looks like his adjustment on that one was to just pure it. Note to self. And you see on the right side, Casey going around it a little bit. Can you tell what ball he's using? Can you tell what he's throwing?
He's been throwing that most of the day. I wonder if it's mesmerized. That's all the pictures. So I'm not sure.
We're going to see if we can get Connerly Pressler to do a little in-the-bag session for us here.
Connerly Pressler? Oh, my goodness. Check that battery.
Mike Moore. Strike again. Looks like Mike Moore, he was talking in the interview. He had a pin in the palm theorem that he said he was thinking about using. Looks like that's what's going down the lane for him. Casey looks like he's using a mesmerize. If anybody wants to guess what Cam Crow is using, leave a comment. If anybody guesses what ball Cam is using, I will buy you a neutral. Ooh, late trip on the 8-pin for Landon. A little Landon leaner. Looks like he's throwing a Jackal Ghost. Nope, Tom, I owe you a neutral. You got it. Yeah, Landon went to the Ghost. He was on the pair next to me in round 1 of match play. While I was busy losing, I was admiring how good he was. He threw just about everything in the bag and eventually stumbled on the Jackal Ghost, playing way in. Matthew Seibel, Purple Slammer, remind me, I owe you one neutral too.
Hey, don't go over company budget, okay?
All right, coming in here, you got Landon. Leak's a little high there. Tough to tell if it's just a little bit in or a little slow. Just with the fresh, flatter pattern, it just doesn't take much right now. All right, Albert there on YouTube, the daddy. Yeah, the test results are in, Albert. Purple is the daddy for Cam. All right, so early on, we've got score updates here. We got Cam through 8 frames, max score of 245. Casey Cohagen through 7 frames, max score of 241. Got Mike Moore through 6 frames, max score of 243. Landon Jordan through 7, max score of 247. So tight matches to start. Casey, sound a little light. Catches a break, not leaving the split though. And that is about the second or third shot in a row. Mike has gone high on that right lane. Just tough to tell if his angles are a little too closed or if he's got just a little bit of a hook spot in the heads. Casey a solid spare. So he stays clean. Mike with his spare. Tom Stickrow, water sucks. Neutral's better. It really, really sucks. Wow. Oh, just a ripper 9-pin. Great shot from Casey. Yeah, Tyler Armour, so many questions. I have lots of questions for Tyler Armour, too. And see, Mike definitely looks like he likes that left lane a lot better. It looks like Mike has only missed once on the left lane, and he's only struck once on the right lane. All right, so Casey with the spare drops his max down to 219. Cam still looking at a max of 245. Landon, the hand goes up early, likes it for good reason. Strike for him. Let's watch this Perp Daddy live and up close here. Oh. All right, so let's see if Landon can stretch a little lead out here. Goes light, good break leaving the 2-pin. Looks like the left lane on Landon and Mike's match is definitely the tricky lane. Both players having some trouble there. Ooh. Albert, yeah, another Cam crumbler. Guy just keeps playing the hits. All right, so Landon, he's clean. He's got a max score of 227 through 9. Mike Moore, max score 223 through 8. Cam here, 1 strike up in the 10th. Puts him in the 230s. He steps off of that one. He's going to let Mike go ahead of him here. Oh, what a break. Great shot from Mike. Just a little off hit there, leaving the 7. Looked like he finally gave it some room there. He'd been going high on that lane. Cam, big shot there. Snaps out the 7. That strike's going to put him in the 240s. Mike with a spare, so he's clean in the 9th. Gives him a max score 203. Landon with a max score 227 over there. Brian Regan checking in the chat. Hope you're doing well, man. Shout out. Hope you're feeling better. We miss seeing you out on the road at all your MSBS tournaments. All right, Cam with the last 6 for 245. All right. Mike Moore gets the first one in the 10th. Casey, oh, he didn't like it. Ooh.
$10,000 on the line. So final 4 we have right now. Casey Cohagen. We have Cam Crow, Mike Morse, and Landon Jordan.
All right, let's see if Mike can put a double together. Hasn't had a double since the 1st and 2nd frame. Likes it. Ooh, he gets a 9 out. Oh, Casey. Tough break there on the PBA washout. So final or score of that game, you got Cam Crow 245, Casey Cohagen 193. As a reminder, this match and all of the matches have been 2 games, total pinfall, head-to-head, so it's not bonus pins, just 2-game total pins. So Cam has a 52-pin lead. Mike Moore with all 3 in the 10th there gives him 203. Actually, Jim, the comic Brian Regan is a ripoff of MSBS Brian Regan. Oh, Cam doesn't get the 10 set, doesn't get the 10 out. Give him his hits. Landon, oh, misses the messenger on his 10. Again, this is the final 4. Winners of this move on to the finals. Losers of this take home $2,500 each. This is at Station 300 in Grandville, Michigan. Sponsored by Neutral and Brunswick, also donating to the ball raffle, which goes to the prize fund. And you are listening to Chad Reefer on the live stream, Real Experience Bowling on Facebook. Like us on all of our socials. And Casey goes Brooklyn off of the washout in the 10th frame. So that's a tough spot to be in when you know you need a lot of pins and maybe you don't feel great about your look. But he's made some good comebacks already today. See if he's got another one in him. Landon with a pitch out on the fill ball. Runners weren't even going. That gives him 213. Mike Moore, 203. So we got Landon Jordan up by 10 after the first game. Cam Crow up over Casey Cohagen by 42. 52. I don't math well. All right, Casey with the spare. So clean through 2. So Mike back up on the left lane. And he's starting to get it dialed in. He punched out on that left lane. For him, he's going to have to figure out the right lane, string some strikes. Threw one good the last game and had a tough break on the 7-pin in the 9th frame. That is just smooth money style right there from Cam. Let's check out Landon from the front. Landon, just amazing balance. Awesome form. These two guys that you're probably going to see a lot on the PBA Tour. Chelsea, yes, this is back on the fresh. Actually took about a 20-minute break after the round of 8. And stripped and re-oiled again. So it's on the fresh, and it's fresh. Ooh, Landon. Another 10-pin on the left lane. Well, it's definitely giving the bowlers fits on that pair. Cam just dialed in. One of the Facebook comments, Jim, yes, I'm a bowler too. I bowled this year, actually qualified 9th, had 917 for my qualifying block. Unfortunately, I did not perform quite the same. Lost my first round in the round of 30 or round of 64. And Casey, another tough leave on the right lane there. Sure. Yeah. That's a big shot from Mike. Early double in his match. That seemed like it was going to be the key. If he could get his ball to read and get through the pins on the right lane. Casey almost gets the slide on the 3. Tyler Kelly, remind me to buy you a neutral for leaving me that comment. Thank you. Mike Moore. Ooh. Look at that. Little Brunswick Brooklyn action over there. So that gives him an early 3-bagger. So again, Mike, he was up here earlier in the booth between matches. Looks like he's throwing his pin in the palm theorem. Came up from Florida to bowl. And the rest of these guys are all more from the Midwest area. Landon holds his pose. Well, wiggles a little bit on him. Looked like he liked that one. Little look of confusion right there. Goes light. Michael Swain. No, I think there's a Capri Sun like flavored neutral that I think a lot of people have been drinking. Ooh, Landon stays clean. And Cam, kind of interesting. Gives up a little bit of count there on the split. As a recap of the first game, he had quite a bit of a cushion. Cam was up by 52 after game one. He had Landon Jordan up on Mike Moore by 10. Tyler Kelly wants a juice box, but Kareen has to open it for him. Tyler can't get the straw in the Capri Sun pouch. There we go, another Cam crusher. Landon looks confused there again. Goes high, leaves a 410. So Landon definitely chasing it a little bit right now. Oh, Casey throws a helicopter. Landon tries to slide it over, tries to cut it thin, loses count. So real-time score update over there through 4 frames. Landon has 1 strike, a couple spares, and an open. He's looking at 64 in the 4th. Got Mike Moore with an opening 3-bagger. Mike was down 10. And you got Casey here. Down 52, but trying to make a comeback. Goes a little light. Almost gets a trip on the 2. So Casey made a big move back to the right to try something. He was previously in closer to about 3rd, 4th arrow. Now he's jumped out to about 10. Oh, big trouble for Mike. Bowling karma after the Brooklyn. You get the pocket 710. And can't get the bounce, but he saves the count. Yeah, it's just whatever it is for Mike, that right lane, whether it's just a little bit of early hook that takes away some of the down lane, or if it's just a little bit of the hang, that right lane has been giving him fits. Hey, did you hear earlier your new nickname? Lane side with Connerly Pressler.
Connerly Pressler.
Get the reference. That's explained.
Instead of Kimberly Pressler. That's the sign of a bad joke when you have to explain the punchline. All right, so Cam with a spare. Avoids the trouble there with the light hit. Again, he had a little bit of a cushion to play with. Mike with a spare. Daniel, comment on YouTube. What pattern are they bowling on? It's a custom oil pattern that they create for the Memorial Day Open. I forget the exact length and volume. It's in the 40s. Believe somewhere high 20s for units. Cam with a shot here. Big comeback. But Daniel, the characteristics of this pattern, it tends to be pretty flat. They do put quite a bit of volume down lane. There's a big speed bump, as they call it. So you see Landon in from the left. He has just lost his push. But what the speed bumps tend to do with the less oil in the fronts makes the ball want to hook early, takes away some of the hold area, but having the extra volume of oil down lane makes it very speed and angle sensitive. So Casey with the Brooklyn there. So, for example, on Landon shots, you see how even from a far inside line, a little bit in or a little bit slow, the ball just doesn't want to get down lane. But if you try to overshape it, there's just a lot of oil down lane. It just won't let it come back. So it's just really speed, really roll sensitive. And especially this being back on fresh oil, too. So Casey with the look straighter, trip 4-pin. So again, score update there. You got Cam with a max score through 7, 223. Casey through 8 with a max score of 236. Theo with a max score of My Heart. Yeah, Jeremy with gave me a diet neutral here. Ooh, Landon makes a good shot, makes a move. Tough wrap 10. Cam asks for it to go, gets it to tip, gets the mixer. Another Cam crusher. So, Tyler, how do you strike on a pattern like this? Well, you have to bowl like you want to make a truck payment. But there were quite a few angles for the righties. There were a few different zones you saw the righties playing. You got Mike Moore, who's kind of in that in-between fallback zone, you know, between about third, fourth arrow. You see Landon, who's playing it much deeper. And it actually looks like Mike has moved in too. But you just have to strike like nothing else matters as Metallica plays in the background. Oh, Mike, you see, it's just grabs it a little bit at the bottom, catches it, goes Brooklyn, leaves another neutral 5-pin. Let's see, we got any fingers up? One up here in the announcer's booth. Cam with another strike. Mike with a... Ooh. Mike actually ended up missing that 5-pin. I'll take a rain check on that one. All right, Casey with another strike. Man, he's got a nice look. Might be just a little bit too little, too late for him. Yeah, Mike taking an extra minute. Nice reset. Coming off of that 5-pin. That's a huge shot. Again, if you guys were here between breaks, Mike was in the booth talking about his mental process. He's big on visualizing. It doesn't surprise me that he came back after that rough frame. Threw one good. Casey with another strike there. So that puts him in the 220s. Max score of 236. Unfortunately, he had a 52-pin deficit. Landon just another soft 10-pin. Yeah, Casey with another one. Man, he give him credit, made a big move there to the right. Really just one or two off hits there. But when you're bowling somebody like Cam, Cam's a buzzsaw. He's a defending champ for a reason. Landon with a spare. So strike here is going to give Casey 236. He would have to win by 53. So Cam would need 182 or worse. All right, so 234. So really you're just looking for Cam to Cam just really needs to hit some pins here, stay behind the line, and he will be bowling to defend his title at the Memorial Day Open. Landon gets a 10 out. Looked like he made a little move further in, maybe a little bit of loft to try to get the ball through the front part. Like Tom said, soft, consistent hand. Let's see what Cam gives us here. All right, so Cam gets decent count there. Leaves a 7-pin. But that's going to be enough for him, though. So Cam Crow is going to move on. Cam Crow will be bowling for the title. Mike Moore, big comeback, huge double. After this year, it should be the Cam Crow Open, huh, Sully? That's rude. All right, Cam Crow, big shot, closes it out, 202. So he's a winner there, 447 to 427. Let's see if Mike can continue his comeback here. See what Mike does. Likes it, splits the 8-9. High flush, big three-bagger there. So live score update in that match. You have Mike Moore with 234 max through 9 frames. He's on a three-bagger. Landon Jordan, 212 max through 8 frames. He is on a one-bagger. Cam might be a little good. That's the understatement of the year so far. All right, let's see what Landon does here. Ooh, he gets a 10 out on that one. So both bowlers in that match are going into the 10th on strings of strikes. So you have Landon again, 212 max off the sheet. Mike Moore, 234 max off the sheet. Landon had a 10-pin advantage. See what Landon does here. Asking for it to hook. Oh, leaks a little wide. 2-4-10. He really needs to make it here to force Mike to do the same to Mark. Goes at it quick. Doesn't like it. Opens in the 10th, 177. So Mike needs 180. Mike would need a 188 for the win. Really just looking at getting good count, decent pin count here. Joey Gonzalez, pattern of play. So they're bowling on a custom Memorial Day Open pattern. 2-game total pinfall matches. Started with over 500 or 600 entries. Cut to the top 60. +4 from a single game roll-off. That gets us to 64. Then we had bracket match play all the way down to the final 4 here. Mike Moore, you see on that shot, gets 9 pins. That puts him in the 200s. That's going to be a winner. All right, so Mike Moore is going to be a winner in that match over Landon Jordan. I think the real winner here is all of us getting to see the Casey Cohagen gun show in that tank top before he leaves. Mike, 9 on the fill, 212. So he closes out Landon Jordan. Mike Moore's a winner, 415. Landon Jordan, 390. So that's going to set up the final match. We're going to have Cam Crow versus Mike Moore. And we are going to move everything over to a fresh pair right in the middle. So what do you think, guys? We're getting ready for the finals. From like 500 or 600 bowlers and entries down to 2. So what do you guys see? Connor Lee Pressler.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Cam is looking tough to beat, man. I mean, that purple hammer on the lefty is a classic combo, and he just, even when he doesn't throw a good shot, it looks pretty decent. So
He's a
he
vicious. He's a
might be
vicious
tough.
man. He's a vicious man. That purple perp daddy, King Cam Crow over here. He ain't bad. So, and again, guys, keep in mind last year he won the last year's Memorial Day event. So I was curious if anyone has there been any back-to-back champions for Memorial Day?
In my mouth, I don't think there's been any back-to-back winners. Maybe we can get Brian Eaton over here for some historical context.
Yeah.
We'll check on that here a second.
Yeah,
so
just a historical context verification.
yeah.
Brian, has there been any back-to-back winners before for the Memorial Day event?
I think somebody bowled for a title 2 times in a row. Didn't Graham bowl for a title 2 in a row?
No, Nate Stubler, I think.
Stubler,
Nate
that's
Stubler.
right. Yep.
So Stubler was
Yeah.
back-to-back.
Yeah, Joey, comment on Facebook there. Yeah, so it was a 4-game qualifier. They had qualifying squads. This tournament runs all of Memorial Day weekend. Qualifying squads Friday. I don't think Ronnie repeated, though.
I don't think he repeated.
Yeah.
But he was in the title
Yeah.
match. Like
He was in the
3 years a row.
Yeah.
title for 3 years.
But yeah, qualifying squads Friday night, all day Saturday and Sunday. 4-game qualifier, moving pairs every game. They alternated between fresh oil and burn. And then they cut to the top 60. And then the final 4 spots were decided by a 1-game final countdown roll-off. Had probably about, 40, 50 bowlers, 1 game. And I believe the cut to that was 237 to get to the top 4 to fill out our 64-person bracket. And then the second tournament begins, 2-game total pinfall matches all the way to the winner.
So you got Connor Pillmore down there fixing up the camera angle, so you guys will have that same kind of front angle where you're going to be able to see the bowler. He's going to zoom in just a little bit too. So really hope you guys are enjoying the live stream. I sure as hell am having a great time. Again, huge thanks Station 300 for letting Real Experience Bowling come here and do the live stream and do some content. And awesome.
Landon, if you want to jump on for a couple minutes, you want to say a couple things? All right, so we're back in the booth. So again, Chad Reefer, Theo Johnson with Landon Jordan, our semifinalist here. Landon, great tournament, great bowling, man. I guess tell us.
All right, congrats to our semifinalists, Casey Cohagen and Landon Jordan. Great job this weekend.
Yep, great bowling. So tell us,
Final match.
tell us about your
Michael
tournament
against
once this guy's done talking.
Cam Pro.
Yeah, so I mean the qualifying
Cam's
blocks
ICs
definitely
off the practice he gets to choose.
were not very great. The first one I got
Practice
to
is
29 over,
starting
which
now.
happened to be enough, but then I tried it again on the fresh and didn't have a good look at all. So just kind of worked on my game a little to try again and just didn't have it again, but got lucky to sneak in the cut by 3 pins and had a little bit different game plan today and made much better shots today. Got away with my first match, got a little lucky with that one, and then kind of just made great shots after that and was able to come away pretty far, which was nice.
Yeah, you talked about your look on the fresh versus once they transitioned. I was on the pair next to you in the first round of match play. Looked kind of tight, but I guess as they broke down, you kind of got into a good groove. I guess what changed for you, or what was different as you went from the fresh to when they started to break down?
Yeah, I think I just realized I started way too far right. I think my ball was burning up, and then I just jumped left and threw it a little slower. But being able to watch the guys around me that were striking, seeing where they were playing, they were mostly all left of me. So jumped left and just didn't really have anything to lose at that point. So lucky that it worked out, and then I just kind of was able to move off that the rest of the day.
Yeah, you survived a tight one there the first game. I gave you a shout out earlier. I mean, Bolt watching next to you. I mean, you guys had air the first match, and you kind of emptied the clip, went through the whole bag, and finally found something towards the end. Made about a 40 or 50 pin comeback, and from there it looked like you got really comfortable. So what was the mindset first game? You shoot 140, you're down by about 40 or 50 pins. What are you thinking after that?
I mean, at that point, I was just like, all right, I got nothing to lose now. Let's try some stuff, try and learn. Because I had to look one game in all the 3 blocks I bowled for qualifying. So, like, it was just, I don't know. I thought maybe I just didn't match up and figure out what kind of tricks I need to use for next time. But was fortunate that I was able to stay clean the second game, which was huge, and got away with a couple breaks through the back 4 to win. So that was nice. But, I mean, it was just kind of just taking it one shot at a time, trying to stay clean. The scores are not high, which is my favorite scoring pace, but it was fun and just an absolute grind.
Yeah, great point. And and this year, I know a lot of us we watch you on TV. You were my bold prediction at the start of the year that you were going to make a show, and you proved us all right there. Done a lot of things. I guess what have you learned as you started to get out on tour, bowl some of those events, and had success already? What's been the experience, and what's next for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a blast bowling the tour stop so far. I've gotten very fortunate to have a very successful start. I know it takes a lot of guys a lot of years to finally be able to break through, but I was fortunate enough to come out strong. But I think just starting at a young age, I've been bowling regional since I was 14. So, I mean, just having that experience and kind of knowing the guys and being around it for so long, watching my dad bowl regionals when I was, 8, 9 years old, and just being in it and knowing people that are able to help me, the ball reps, Brett is great, and Richie and Nathan, and having just my dad, just having their minds and their eyes behind me is just a huge advantage.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And I mean, like you said, just a testament to the youth programs out there, lots of development. You got an awesome support team. Saw the announcement you extending with Motive and staying on. That was great to see. I guess last thing before we let you get out of here, I guess any shout outs, anybody you want to give some love to or show some support for?
Yeah, shout out everybody at home. I know my aunt's watching. I'm sure my mom's watching. Mardi Gras Lanes, Brian Kohlberg, Motor Bowling, the Wilbur family, High Five, Turbo, everyone for all their support. So thank you.
All right. Well, Landon Jordan, again, tough match there in the semifinals. Awesome tournament. Absolute privilege to bowl next to you and even just be this close and talk to you, man. It's been phenomenal. So great bowling. Looking forward to see what more you do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great job, buddy. We got a minute if you want to.
All right. So
Casey at all?
yeah.
Casey,
you wanna hop on a second?
he's like, I don't know, man. I'll let you because you did a great job. I'll let you talk.
Do you want us to give you a minute and take the shirt back off and show us the gun show again?
Dude, I sweat too much. I can't.
I told everybody we all got the privilege of seeing the gun show after you lost out there. So so Casey Cohagen, again, loser in the semifinals there, but still phenomenal tournament, amazing run. I guess what happened in that match there? What'd you see or what didn't you see?
I played them completely wrong all throughout the weekend. Fresh playing in was the more, at least predictable look for me. I could at least get them to blend, and for whatever reason, I couldn't make them seem that way. And more out of frustration, I just moved dead right with a ball that shouldn't hook at all, and ended up being what I probably should have done the entire time. Is what it is.
Yeah, and we were talking with some of the other guys. It's almost like there was about 3 zones that the right-handers had. You had like the far right, you kind of had the in-between fallback, you had the big wheel. I was with you. My look on the fresh was a lot better, a little further in. But yeah, man, 5 minutes of practice and warm-up, that's pretty tough. So
Yeah, especially when you just blindly commit to what you've done the whole week, more or less, and not just see what's in front of you. So, is what it is.
yeah, well, you had a good tournament. You had a lot of people in the chat asking about you. I kind of falsely thought that you were getting beat for a little bit by Chris, so I made a couple people upset. I had to buy some apology neutrals in the chat. But yeah, while we're getting going for the title match here, I guess any shout outs, any love you want to give to anybody out there watching you?
No, just thanks for my sponsors, Hammer, Bullify, Turbo, and yeah, just gonna keep grinding away and actually win one of these years.
Yeah. Well, phenomenal, man. It's tough doing this. You've been close. So, Casey, thanks for coming in. Good balling.
Switch over to the thing here, so do the finals.
All right.
Full screen stream over here. It's a great look right there. I was trying to do it.
All right, so here we are. We are down to our final match. So again, we have Mike Moore. So again, you have Mike Moore against Cam Crow. Mike was a winner in the semifinals over Landon Jordan. Cam Crow here to start. Goes high there, leaves a 4-pin. So again, we got Cam Crow in the title match here as well. For his path in the final 4, he defeated Casey Cohagen, who we talked to a few minutes ago. All right, just checking out the different cameras and the different streams here. All right. So Cam with the spare. All right, so let's see. All right, so let's check and see here. Cam opens up on the left lane with a strike. So yeah, this actually Cam, for anybody who doesn't know, Cam was the winner of this event last year when it was held at a different bowling center. Now we are at Station 300 in Grandville. The $10,000 Memorial Day Open final match. These guys are bowling for $10,000 first place. Big thanks to Neutral for sponsoring the event, giving us an awesome prize fund to bowl for. And Brunswick for donating the balls for the raffle as well. And Mike Moore opens up on the right lane. Gets a little light mixer. You guys are watching the stream on Real Experience Bowling. I'm Chad Reefer. Make sure to give us a thumbs up, like us, subscribe us. Check out the Rex pages for more ball reviews, bowling content, tips, techniques, blogs, you name it. Yeah, and Jeremy Bart's here with me, the tournament director. He pointed out that Mike actually came up to this event from Florida. Mike with the shot on the left lane. Ooh, late trip. Yeah, Mike Moore is the great right hope. And Albert, you're right. Cam, I don't know. Cam, we'll see if he affected the mojo here, putting on the jersey and the hat. I don't know. Is that like the video game equivalent of when you lean forward in the chair, like when it's getting serious?
He did the same thing last year too.
How many entries did you have altogether?
61.
Yeah. All right. So again, Jeremy Bart's tournament director here. We had how many entries again? 599 entries, and we are down to the final 2 right now. All right, so Cam with the spare. So both Colt bowlers clean, dead even through 3 frames here. So again, this is the first year this tournament's been held at Station 300. I guess we'll let Cam throw the shot here, and walks it off. Ooh, snaps a 7 out. So, yeah, Bradley from Facebook. Yeah, good point. It was an awesome weekend of bowling. Cool seeing it over here at Station 300. I guess Jeremy, what first time host over here? How was the tournament?
I was extremely ecstatic. I knew I was going to lose a couple of entries by changing the houses. There was a decent sized wedding in Detroit, and still I got this great amount of people. The caliber of bowlers was still sky high. There was a lot of good bowlers that did not make the bracket. Shot was tough, playable. We did make everybody bowl the whole house during qualifying, so it did make a huge difference. Some pairs here are not fun, and obviously you can tell by the scores. But overall, Station 300 is extremely ecstatic, and it will be back next year.
That's awesome news. Yeah, thanks to you guys for giving us bowlers something to shoot for here. Definitely a little different change of scenery, but I think the change in venues was well received. All right, so Mike with the spare there. So again, both bowlers clean. And again, we started off with just about 600 bowlers, top or 600 entries. Top 60 were guaranteed to make the bracket, and that took 826 for 4 games. So again, scores pretty tough, pretty low. Actually, a little lower cut than what it has been. Yeah, cut last year was 842, so definitely played a little bit tighter, a little bit tougher this year. All right, let's see what Mike can do on this lane. Looked like he got it a little right, and it came back, so that's good to see for him. And yeah, and like Jeremy said, we had the top 60 made the bracket. The final 4 spots are filled with a 1-game final countdown sweeper, basically a 1-game shootout. Top 4 scores in that one filled out the bracket. Yeah, on the double burn, it took 237 to make the final countdown cut. So let's see if Cam can be the first to double. Wow. Goes high, leaves a split. It looked like he liked that one, too. And again, in this back on fresh oil. Close. Slider doesn't quite get it. So again, got a nice group of people stuck around to watch. Again, it's been a long day of bowling. Started off at 10 o'clock this morning. A lot of people here even before that to grab their seats, get their gear, and crack crack their neutrals. Ooh, stretches it out. Ooh, doesn't get the trip this time.
It's me more funny to take a picture of the picture.
All right, so Cam with the spare. So little bit of a grind here. No doubles yet. Again, this is back on fresh oil. Championship pair on 23 and 24 at station 300. Guys are bowling on the fresh MDO pattern. Again, in the 40 feet or in the 40s for distance, high 20s for volume. Quite a bit less oil in the front relative to the speed bumps on the back. Looked a little in. Oh, he gets a trip on the Brooklyn. So you see right there, that's the first double of the match. You see there, I mean, that shot from Mike off his hand, it's a little bit left. But bowling on this fresh pattern, kind of as flat as it was in the middle, and as fresh it is right now, just no hold area. That ball catches and goes quick. So you definitely need kind of a softer, nicer hand. But if you give it too much room, then it catches that speed bump. There's more oil and flatter oil down lane. If you go with too clean of a ball or too much shape, it just does not see the hook. Ooh, bowling gods come back and get him again. So it actually looks like he's got a little bit more room on the left lane. Looks like Mike can shape it a little bit. What ball is he throwing? Looks different. Trying to get a Moore. All right, so let's check it out here from the front. Let's see if Cam can come back and answer. Big strike there, big comeback. So Cam looks like he's playing it pretty hard and firm again with the, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that ball or not. It's a purple hammer, I think. I guess leave me a comment if that's correct. Try to see what Mike is throwing here. We'll see if we can get a report from Connerly Pressler again. All right. Cam steps off. Going to take a re-rack. I know Cam's been in a purple pretty much all of match play. Mike's been moving around a little bit. Last match, he was telling us he was using a pin in the palm theorem. Looks like this match, he's going with a stealth mode. Oh, there's Casey's gun shows back out again. Oh, looked like Cam, I don't know if he meant to do that or if that was the adjustment or if he grabbed it. That one had a little air under it. You see it kind of lock up and tough break with the 6-8. All right, so live score update. We got Cam through 8 frames, 136 on an open, max score 196. You got Mike Moore through 7 frames, working on a spare, max score of 238.
I like that one.
Casey Cohagen, known man bun enthusiast.
Some of us can still do it.
Show off. Oh, it goes high on that lane. Coming off the Brooklyn on the last frame on that lane too. 36910, so he does have the sleeper. In the background here, you hear the neutrals popping. Thanks again to them sponsoring the event, giving us this awesome $10,000 first place prize to bowl for. Clutch spare.
As a special call out to IRS, Corey Roloff just made 540 in Keno.
And Corey Roloff, sponsored by the Michigan Lottery.
What?
He is hit for 540.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I just made it out to him.
All right. So this has been Mike's good lane. It looks like he's been able to give it a little more shape on the left lane. And between breaks, he was here just talking about his process. Just playing close angles, real soft hand. Solid at the line. Flush. All right, so that gives him 164 in the 8th, strike in the 9th, 224 max. Cam working off an open in the 8th, 136. He can max out for 196. Ooh, another Cam crusher. Yeah, so it looks like Cam's going with the loft. I saw him do that in a few of the matches earlier when he was talking about that. Said that was one of his tricks. With his hand, he can definitely make it shape when he does it. Especially with the surface on that purple. He said once he would see the early hook, he would just go for the loft and just throw it over it. When in doubt, loft it out. Goes down, drops to a knee. Ooh. That was clean. So that's his first double of the game. He's just kind of been trying to grind out here. So Cam's pathway to get here, again in the round of 4, he took out Casey Cohagen. Before that, he took out Charlie Brown. And he's just been solid all day. Takes another re-rack here. All right, so if he gets this one, he's in the 180s right now. If he gets this one, it gets him into the 190s. Let's see the loft right here. Likes it. Ooh. 7-pin. All right, so the spare, that gives Cam 185 with the spare. All right, so Mike, if he stays clean, he's in the 2 O's. he gets this first one, he'll put him in the 2 teens. Let's see what Mike can do on this right lane. This has been his trouble lane this game. Ooh, and he gets a trip on the 5. Gets a little neutral knockdown on that 5-pin late. So with that hit, that gets Mike into, he's in the 210s. If he gets this one, it puts him up to 220. Let's see if he can kind of expand that lead. So Mike could use a good payday here because I think there were a few fingers in the air that last match when he missed a 5-pin. So awesome recovery for him to get to this point. Give it a little room. All right, so you see there, looks like that left lane or the right lane, just a little tighter down lane. Looks like he's having to play it a little closer to the head pin. See, kind of gave it some room there, and it just didn't slow down, didn't make the corner. So gets 2 on the count. So 210 to 185. So Mike Moore up by 15. Again, this is 2-game total pinfall. Winner takes home, 25 pins. Public school math. So again, 2-game total pinfall. Winner takes home the trophy and 10K. Second place walks away with 5,000. Cam with the loft again. Just didn't quite come off of it the same way there. So no sleeper though. He's got the 3-7. Looked a little confused on that one. Looked like he liked it. It's hard to tell if he just didn't quite catch it or if it's just starting to stretch a little bit with the urethane ball. Oh, Cam slides it over.
Good.
Let's see, split conversion there. Gets the neutral knockdown on the 3-7.
Sponsored by Neutral.
All right, so Morgan on the right lane. Feel like this is going to be a big shot for him. And nice hand at the bottom. Doesn't quite get it out. Ooh. Ryan Ross, I like that. The keep it tasty spare of the match. All right, the tasty takedown. I guess drop us a comment if you got some nominees here for some sponsorship opportunities. Yeah, we need more shameless plugs. Not enough of those. If you guys came here for shameless plugs and dad jokes, you found the right stream. All right. So both bowlers with a spare in the first. Mike again, just real steady balance. Eyes looking down lane at the release.
Let's see if it comes off of it. Yeah, great shot. Yeah, it definitely looks like the left lane. He can give it a little more room. Might have been a ball change there. He just walked away with something. Let's see if Can come back with the answer. Big shot for Cam, steps it off. So again, through 2 frames, both bowlers matching each other, spare strike. Mike Moore up by 25 pins after game 1 over Cam Crow. 2-game total pinfall match. Back on fresh oil here on 23 and 24 at Station 300 in Grandville. See there, he got it to shape off of it. Don't know what the adjust looked like. The adjustment maybe a little bit to the right, maybe. Looked like that ball had a little more angle for Cam on that shot. Maybe got away from the carry down a little bit. That tended to happen on this pattern. Without a lot of oil in the front and with the extra speed bumps down lane. Oil definitely moved around and kind of stretched out a little bit. Ooh. Yeah, that keep it tasty tickler of the game right there. Yeah, it looks like Moore has gone back to that theorem. Again, we'll see if Connerly Pressler can get us some live report from the lanes. Definitely the right lane has given him some trouble. Fortunately for Mike, this game he's going to be finishing on the left lane. Mike Moore was the number 45 seed. Cam Crow was the number 2 seed. It's a special effect is what Mike's got in his hands. Thank you, Connerly Pressler. That one. So 4-6 right there. Bowling gods and bowling karma strikes again. Gets the Brooklyn trip. It looked like he liked that one. So that'll be hard because the left lane has been the good one for Mike. Oh, we got Ted Bolts checking in. Ted Bolts keeps it tasty, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Ted and what they do for Northway Lanes and the Fight Club. Giving us bowlers in West Michigan something to bowl for every week. Big year-end tournament, lots of stuff throughout the year. Ooh, Cam creeps a little high, doesn't get the trip. So Cam with the spare, so he's clean through 4 frames. So live score update, Mike Moore, open in the 4th. He's got 76, so it gives him 256 max score. Cam is clean through 4, 69 in the 3rd, 9 spare in the 4th. He's got 69 up. Max score for him, 269. Cam was down 25 after game 1. With the loft again. Another little neutral knockdown there. So got a comment from YouTube. Mike Moore is ahead after game 1 by 25. So again, the format here in the finals and all the matches, it was 2 games, total pinfall. So it's not match play. No bonus pins, just straight up. 2-game total pins. Mike Moore up by 25 after game 1, working on an open in frame 5 here. So creeps a little high. Good break getting the 9-pin out there, just a 3-6-10. Looked like when he made that ball change, tried to get a little more shape. It's definitely opened up a little bit. And a chop. Tough break there on the 3-6-10. So back-to-back opens now for Mike. Gonna walk it off here, take a second. Looks like Mike went and grabbed another ball here. Connerly Pressler is hot on the case as we speak. All right. Looks like he's going back to the theorem. He was talking about that one during his interview. Said he's got a pin in the palm theorem. Ball change. All right. Good ball change. Look like that one gets just a little bit cleaner, a little bit more, not quite as angular off the spot. So these are going to be a couple big shots now for Cam. Look hasn't been the greatest on the right lane. Looks like he's pretty locked in on the left. A little more room. Got the trip on that one. So another double up there for Cam. So through 6 frames. Got Cameron working on a double. 269 max. Got Mike working on a 1 strike. 234 max. Again, Cam was down 25 after game 1. He's pretty much made that up already. Oh, does he get the hit? Oh. Doesn't get the neutral knockdown on that one. Another great shot. It's still shaking. That would have been big right there. That would have put him in a big lead. Makes a spare, stays clean in the second game. So it drops Cam's max down to 248. Mike Moore's max score, 234. See what the ball change does on the right lane. Goes high, gets a trip on the 4. So that's a big ball change for Mike coming back, getting the double there. So again, 2-game total pinfall. Had over 599 entries down to the final 2. Mike Moore from Florida. Cam Crow from Illinois. Cam Crow is actually the defending champion of this event. Trying to go back-to-back. Mike Moore trying to be the first right-handed bowler to win this in, I think, probably the last 4 or 5 years now. So Mike off of the double. Gets another one to go, so he's 3-bagger now. So again, 599 entries, took 826 for a 4-game cut score. So plus 26 was the top 60. And then the final 4 spots were determined by the 1-game final countdown shootout. Took a low score of 837 for 1 game, or 237 to fill out the bracket to make the top 64. 2-game total pinfall matches to the finals right now. Yeah, it looked like Cam tried to shape it again, and it just didn't quite come off of it on that lane. It's got the sleeper, leaves the 2 or the 3-9. You could tell I'm right-handed. Sorry. Gets a spare, stays clean. So again, update now through 8 frames. Got Mike Moore working on a 3-bagger. Max score 234. Cam working on a spare. He's been clean this game. But he's only got a max score of 236, but down 25 after the first game. Coming off the lane where he had the 9.5. Just barely had the 7 stand up last time on this lane. Gets it to go down that time. Walks out, a little fist pump. All right. So let's see if Mark can answer here. If he gets this one, it's going to keep him in the driver's seat. So coming up on the right lane. This will be the second shot on this lane after making the ball switch. Ooh, creeps a little high. Almost a 4-9 for a second. Looked like it was just a touch in on that lane. That's been the one all match where just looks like if you leak it out, it doesn't quite make the corner. But it was so easy to do through qualifying and match play. You want to try to help it or make the corner or just touch the fingers a little bit. And it just checks and goes high. So spare for Mike. All right, so that tightened things up a bit. So going into the 10th, got Mike Moore can go out for 213. Cam Crow can go out for 236. So it's a 25-pin difference in max score. Cam was down 35 or 25 after game 1. double shuts him out here. I didn't like it. Crept it in a little bit. Good break. Leaves a 3-pin. So that gives him a max of 202. Keep it clean. All right, so he picks it up. So 202 max. Cam would have to win by 26. So Cam would need 228. So that would force Cam to get the double. You want to go? You want to go get some close up? I didn't know if you wanted to go get some close up stuff. All right, so count here. Creeps a little high, gets 8. So 200. Count really wasn't super important there. It keeps him ahead. So it's 200, gives him a total of 410. So Cam needs a double here. Anything less than a double, Mike Moore is a winner. Is it? So he needs this one. Needs this one to have a chance. Gets it. 10 back. So his strike wins it. 9 spare is a tie. All right, drop your comments. What's your predictions here? All right, taking a re-rack here, a little extra time. All right, so strike here. Cam is going to repeat. Or with a strike here, Cam would repeat as the Memorial Day Open champ. 9 spare is a tie. We would go to a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. Anything less than 9, and Mike Moore's a winner. Late trip. One more late neutral knockdown. Big strike. Huge hit. Big double in the 10th there. Completes the comeback. Fist pumps. And that is Bad Man, everybody. Cam Crow. It's a 2025 Memorial Day Open champ. Back-to-back winner. 10 grand's going to buy a lot of neutrals. So that's it. Cam Crow's your 2025 champion. The Memorial Day Open at Station 300. Big thanks to all the sponsors. Neutral for the prize fund here, giving us something awesome to bowl for. Brunswick donating the balls for the ball raffle. And thanks for everybody that's been tuning in on the Real Experience Bowling stream. Thanks for everybody sharing the feed. A lot of comments. Jeremy Bartz, tournament director. Connerly Pressler, sideline reporter. So, yeah. So winner, $10,000 to Cam Crow. Runner-up, Mike Moore from Florida, $5,000 for second. Guys, thoughts, man? What did we just see?
Cam Crow's the GOAT. Somebody questioned that on the post I made the other day. They're like, he's great, but he's not a GOAT. And I'm like, yeah, right, bro. He is the GOAT. Look at him. He just won again 2 years in a row.
Memorial Day goat, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was looking forward to a roll off with the 9 spare there. That 7-pin was thinking about staying up, but we got it to go down. So looks like Cam's coming in for an interview.
Oh man. All right. I don't even need to talk anymore. Go.
Absolutely
Big win.
I'm sweaty, guys. My bad.
Man, you.
Woo-wee.
All right.
Hold on, my wave's not really waving right now.
So everybody, you're 2025 back-to-back champ. Cam, put into words, man. What did we all just see? How did that feel?
Man, guts, grind. Pair was a little different than every other pair I've hit. Obviously, I thought about going to reactive, but I mean, the urethrane's been working all day except for one match, so I just stuck with my guns, and tried to throw 10 good shots. I knew my competitor was a hell of a competitor, and I was just trying to keep up with him. That's all I was trying to do. Unfortunately, I got the hit in the 10th, and two-time, baby. Two-time.
And that was I think we were all crushed, man, seeing that 7-pin. I don't think I've seen a 7 go that far over without going down. What are you thinking after you see that?
I said, God, you like to play with me so much, but in all God's timing, God always got a will. He always got a way. You can either pray about it or worry about it, and I wasn't gonna worry about it, so just made it happen. That was good.
Boy, man, just amazing performance,
Man,
dude, start to finish. I mean, coming out here, qualifying second, giving everybody a number to shoot for, just putting on a clinic in match play.
Yeah.
Man, great year coming out on tour. I guess what's next, man? What's going after this?
Man, I mean, I had if you guys saw on tour, I had a really bad couple last weeks of the tour. Everybody was talking bad, talking crazy on me, but just know I'm coming back. We good.
Keeping receipts, man. What 10 grand will keep a lot of receipts. So how's it feel walking out with them?
Man, shout out my bubblegum boy. You already know who we talking about. And that 10 grand gonna be 10 grand. I'm going to Vegas on Wednesday, so we needed that.
You go, bud. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thanks everybody for tuning in. Cam Crow, champion, absolutely amazing bowling, phenomenal. And what's next, man? You coming back for a three-peat?
Man, you know, I gotta try. Let's see if it opens up on the schedule. No, I'm kidding. But I mean, in all seriousness, I like to have a lot of fun. But I mean, I'm just blessed for the opportunity that I just got, and with the God-given gifts that I've had, and I try to work hard and try to parlay them into success. And with God's grace and a lot of help from my friends and family, you saw me talking to everybody back there. My support system runs so deep. It runs deeper than those guys. It runs deeper than Chicago. It runs deeper than America, really. So I really am blessed and honored for everybody to just be supporting me and let me do what I do. So I love you guys.
All right. Great words there, man. Cam, awesome bowling.
Thank you.
Phenomenal to see it.
I'm still moving and grooving. Y'all see this?
In case y'all forgot, he's still him. So
what? All right, no. We're right off the bowling alley, so we're nice now. You see? So I got lucky with those 2 shots. Those are two of my best ones of the week, though. So glad it turned out to be 10-10. So that was good.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, sir.
It's a pleasure.
I appreciate the commentary. I appreciate the live stream, watching my people watch, and hopefully we'll be back.
Good luck in Vegas, man.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate y'all, man. Yes, sir. Let's do it.
Love you, bro. Good job.
Let's do it. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So
then, Mike.
I was gonna say, do it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do something.
We got to give this guy some shine too, man. Mike Moore,
Sir.
man, hell of a tournament.
Thank
Great
you.
bowling. Man, I guess tell us what happened in the finals there, man. What'd you think?
You know, the finals, really, obviously, it was really close lead in the first game, and the lanes changed. I don't know if I just threw the stealth mode too long and the fronts caught it a little too much. Lost a little ball reaction, then I missed a spare. It's one of those things where your head gets ahead of you. You just you need to slow down, and I just didn't have enough time. And I felt like the lane was a lot harder than it probably really was. But hats off to Cam for doubling to win. Strike 9 spare could have been a whole other story with tying. But he got the job done, and I'm really happy with this weekend. I lost my dad 2 months ago. And this was the whole reason why I came up here, is to get out of Orlando and try to bowl, keep my mind busy.
So I'm really happy with the way the weekend went.
Yeah. I mean, it was, you know, you came in here and interviewed between the stream. You know, you talked a lot about your mental process. You talked a lot about the equipment in your bag. And, yeah, I mean, you could just tell, you know, that semifinal match, it was pretty close there. You know, I think you had a few fingers in the air on that 5-pin.
I owe a few beers.
But
back in Orlando.
but to even come back off of that and finish the way that you did against Landon, I mean, it's just kind of a testament to you know, the confidence you have in your game and in your bag, and like you said, probably a couple of good hits from somebody watching you upstairs. So yeah, I guess after this, I guess tell us what's next. What going home with $5,000 at least? I guess what's next for you?
Not sure. You know, I have a busy shop working for Bowlers Mart in Winter Park. I have a lot of I do a lot of lessons in Winter Park also. So tournaments are definitely more on the back burner, but this could change. Depends on what's coming up. I really don't know. I have Corey telling me what to do, really. So we'll see. Maybe I'll come back up here for some stuff or somewhere else, pop in and out and everything. But time will tell.
All right.
Cool, man.
Awesome, man. Well, great bowling. Thanks for coming up and bowling it.
Absolutely.
Great meeting
Thanks
you.
for having
It's
me,
been
man.
a pleasure.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So there you have it. There's your champ and your runner up. We did it, man. Thanks again to Station 300 for being an awesome host. First year here. Looking forward to coming back. Neutral for sponsoring the event, giving us this awesome first place prize to bowl with, making Cam's pockets a little heavier walking out of here. Thanks to Connor, Theo. Thanks to my kiddos for running scores and checking things out. Jeremy Bartz, Jason Butler, all the counter and support staff here, Brian Eaton, and yeah, thank you guys for sharing, tuning in, leaving comments, and looking forward to doing it again. So, signing off. See you guys.